got where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mind on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incomplete. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist man. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of foes with pretend. Strong against the darkness, but in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Bow your head to the beast that controls the doors. It's in yellow reason with the ball-crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So read the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Sludge, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party! Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is good? Who we got? Shout out to Wicked Dream in the building. Today is not Saturday. I had to look, and I was like, wait, what, really? I mean, we still would have done the show, but I was like, there's no way. There's no way. But I just live day to day. You never know. Got him. We got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. And yes, just a quick reminder. Make sure that you say what you want to say, because you can delete it off of the YouTube side, but it stays right here, and I can always pull it up. So I try. If I see you guys retract a message, I try not to pull it up, but I can't move it from there. And so just keep an eye on that. All right. Finally, guys, this debate is over. Finally, this debate is over. Rob Noerr and Lonerbox having the age-old debate. Is Donald Trump a fascist? I am so sick of this debate. I am so sick of this debate. Yet, Rob does such a good job of dismantling the entire thing. And we'll go through how specifically, obviously, as we go through it. But I don't know how anybody could look at this and be like, oh, yeah, okay, I can make these arguments. It is over. Is Trump a fascist? No. He might not be a great guy. He might be a little bit of a sex hound. He might be a little egotistical. He might not say nice things, but he is not a fascist. So usually I like to skip the opening statements for these basic things, but since this is the last time we're ever going to cover an Is Trump a Fascist debate, I figured let's do the whole damn thing. Anything else? No? Yes? No? No? Let's fucking do it. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
A little bit closer. A lot closer.
There?
There we go.
Okay. So when I was first asked to do this debate, my first...
And so obviously, yeah, this is Lonerbox. Never really heard of him, but apparently he is a Destiny Orbiter. And then, of course, you guys know Rob Noerr, right? You guys know Rob Noerr. Which says the American system is fascist, so arguing whether or not Trump is fascist is just pointless. Exactly. 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 That is precisely the point. But there's much still to learn. Let's do it.
Thought was, I am a Scottish person being flown halfway across the world to tell a bunch of Americans, sound like mostly right-wingers, that their president is a fascist. And
how do you think that's going to work out for you, pal?
that sounds good. That sounds like there's nothing, like a European coming to America to tell conservatives that their president's a fascist in this security environment. Well, fascism is one of those words that is probably like one of the quickest conversation stoppers that you can get in any debate.
And that's exactly what we want when we're having conversations, right? We got the Zucker. Welcome to the party. So Lonerbox is a very good debater, but Rob Noerr is a black belt at debates. I don't know how he does it, but it is amazing. We also got Grand Designs Enjoyer over on Twitch. Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Again, we have Lonerbox saying Trump is a fascist, and the man, Rob Noerr, tearing his ass apart, but not like in a gay way.
Is probably like one of the quickest conversation stoppers that you can get in any debate. And not many words really have that power. Pretty much ever since 1945, fascism's association with atrocities of World War II has basically made it a term that is universally inspiring revulsion. Today, fascist is all too often just used as a cheap swipe. Trump has been called a fascist by many people, including former allies and one or two current allies. But even I would concede that not everyone who calls him a fascist is doing it for the right reason. Every other academic work that you read about fascism includes the author's despair that the terms have been butchered, not least of all by Trump himself, who called Kamala Harris a fascist at least 4 times during his election campaign in 2024. But we forget that the images we mostly associate with fascism are from the end of the road. Hitler did not come to power promising World War II and the Holocaust, and Mussolini's famous doctrine of fascism didn't get outlined until 10 years after he was in power. If either of them had been fully upfront about what they wanted,
What? Rob debated circa, and it was a suffocating experience for viewers. We've got to find that. That's like a Tuesday, Thursday, weekend thing that we definitely have to find. Oh, my God. We already have Rachel Wilson and First Amender. But, oh, boy.
was in power. If either of them had been fully upfront about what they wanted, they would have failed. My point is that fascism couldn't get as far as it did without appealing to a wide mass of very ordinary people. Although their electoral success is often overstated, the Nazis never won more than 37% of the vote in a fair and free election. Their growth was fast, and it captured people from all sides. It captured urban workers as well as a decent amount of bosses. It captured monarchists, disaffected liberals, religious people, atheists. It was very successful with farmers, and it did surprisingly well with women. And they did this in one of the most advanced countries on earth. And what I'm more interested in is not how fascism looked at the very end, but how it succeeded with all those people to begin with.
So already, you guys know that I'm going to say the entertainment value is not there, but fair enough. That doesn't, that's not everybody's cup of tea. But defining terms, upright, okay, or up front, no problem so far.
Whether we like it or not, fascism was part of the modern world. It appealed to people who weren't all that different from us. And the more you learn about them, the more you can benefit from seeing their patterns of thought and behavior being repeated today, whether the people doing so are aware of it or not. Fascism needs to be rescued from bad usage, not abandoned because of it. And we definitely don't need to drop it just because it's complicated.
All right. So, I mean, I just searched Rob Noerr circa, and nothing is officially coming up. Let's see, debate. Yeah. So, if anybody knows where to find that, let me know. Let me know. Let me know.
Abandoned because of it. And we definitely don't need to drop it just because it's complicated. I mean, look at the word liberal. We're in the United States, where I've been watching Fox News since I was a teenager. Liberal here seems to mean everything from an establishment, moderate, reach across the aisle Democrat, all the way over to socialists and communists. In Europe, when we say liberal, we mean people who promote laissez-faire capitalism. Liberal in Europe has mostly, for the last 40 years, meant like Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. Fascism is not that complicated. So,
I think that was a joke.
what is fascism? I'm going to define it as more of a political behavior. And for the purpose of the debate, I'm going to say that there are three main pillars that are essential to that kind of behavior.
Three main pillars.
One, authoritarian.
Authoritarian.
Trump doesn't like elections. In 2012, when Obama
I would think he loves elections. He's won 3 of them.
got reelected in a landslide, he called for a revolution in his country.
And then, he wants to run again. So I think he loves elections, but okay.
He said, quote, "We can't let this happen. We should march on Washington and stop this travesty. Our nation is totally divided." Even long after the race was called, he said, "Let's fight like hell and stop this great and
Really? That's what your opening statement is? Well, he said fight like hell. Do we need to pull up the clip of or the master cut of everybody saying fight like hell or fight using the word fight in political rhetoric? Come on, man. Not a good start. Not a good
Long
start.
after the race was called, he said, "Let's fight like hell."
I think as soon as Rob heard that, he's just like, "Oh, this is gonna be fun," and hold on to that.
And stop this great and disgusting justice. When he lost the Iowa caucus to Ted Cruz in 2016, he called it a steal and said that Cruz's results should be nullified. In 2016, he also warned that the results would be rigged, and even after he won, he denied Hillary's win in the popular vote, blaming it on illegal immigrants. In 2020, months before the election, he predicted, in all caps, millions of mail-in ballots will be printed by foreign countries and others. It will be the scandal of our times.
And it was, and continues to be.
Printed by foreign countries. The second would be populism. Most traditional dictators are not fascist. They don't see
We have authoritarian and we have populist.
themselves at odds with some kind of hostile establishment within. They are the establishment and they know it. What's interesting about Hitler and Mussolini is that even when they had huge amounts of control, they were always in conflict with the traditional conservative elite that helped them come into power. Even during the war, Hitler couldn't do everything he wanted, and Mussolini was even more constrained by judges, the church, businessmen, civil servants, and of course the monarchy. Both of them had to deal with the dread of experts. Hitler's administration was famously full of people who were completely unqualified for their roles. His foreign minister's only experience was selling fake champagne to the United Kingdom. His head of labor was a chemistry graduate. He had a literary enthusiast in charge of all of Vienna. Himmler's specialty was agriculture.
So what he's doing is establishing that what makes for a fascist and looking in history, and this is fascism, and then Trump is doing the same type of thing. So thus he is a fascist, which is of course, as you will see, doesn't follow, but that's where he's going.
When Trump announced his cabinet picks, I seem to remember the media very, very aggressively talking about how unqualified everyone was. Hegseth was a... Sorry?
30 seconds.
Oh, okay, shit.
Well, if Rob's
I'll say all this in the middle. It's okay.
we can give you an extension if Rob's open to it.
You give me an extension? You're so kind, Rob. Thank you.
So you remember, what was the debate? Oh, I forget what it was. Shit. It was that, I think it was that black dude versus Andrew Wilson on, I can't remember the debate, but it was, Andrew Wilson was just like, I can land the plane in like 2 minutes. And the, same thing. Moderator was like, well, if you're okay with him taking the time, then we can like, no, well, I did 2 minutes, so he should be able to do 2 minutes. If you're comfortable in your position, then an extra 2 minutes shouldn't do shit, and it builds that goodwill.
Where was I? Hegseth was a major infantry officer, turned Fox News host who became Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War, Linda McMahon for Secretary of Education, Rick Perry for Secretary of Energy, a department that he once promised to eliminate, RFK for Public Health. I remember wondering, do you think any of his supporters care if these people were unqualified? And I would say no. It's not just that.
Of course we care. The question is qualified compared to what? Or qualified to do what? Qualified to lie to the entire nation? Or qualified to do the work a little bit better, but maybe not have the same degrees and all that shit?
These people are loyal. People will say that Trump chooses people like that just because he values loyalty and nothing else. No, it's deeper than that. He values what he sees as authenticity. He doesn't trust the expert class. He doesn't trust anything that he sees as the establishment. They're different from him. He himself is obviously not really like a qualified politician. That was the same thing with Hillary. Look how qualified I am. Look how unqualified Trump is. Didn't matter. And then
Exactly. It's almost like politics. It's almost like life. It's almost like just existing. You don't need a degree.
I like that. Sometimes it means he says some goofy things like saying that Syria should take charge of security in Lebanon, which, if you know anything about either of those two countries, is kind of insane. But for that reason, old school dictators didn't really want fans. They'd rather that people just quietly accept them, or in some cases, not even talk about them. Fascists are the opposite. Their political action depends on firing up their support base, and this also means that their actions and policy moves need to be exciting. One author said that fascism is more of a set of mobilizing passions than a fully articulated philosophy. Hitler downplayed his anti-Semitism when he started gaining electoral success. In a very short space of time, he went from making anti-communism his priority to taking a radical stance against big businesses and
Yeah. Hitler bad and Trump like Hitler, so Trump is fascist. I mean, this is why I usually skip this. But again, this is the last time we will ever cover a Trump is a fascist or is Trump the worst ever debate because of how well Rob tears it the fuck down.
even supporting a rail worker strike in Berlin, and then back to murdering communists and purging his own party of the socialists of National Socialism. Trump doesn't really talk about banning Muslims anymore. He spoke about Haitians eating cats and dogs for about 2 days. Then it was Somalis. I guess he's probably a bit preoccupied with Iran right now. But I don't think anyone would disagree that Trump and his supporters see themselves as the authentic American people standing against a corrupt and out-of-touch establishment.
You don't think that Trump supporters think what? Maybe I misheard, because that is the entire thing. Whether you believe it or you don't believe it, the entire message is we are really America, and the other side is destroying it. And so whether you're qualified for this, that, or the other, it's better than tearing down the country.
Probably a bit preoccupied with Iran right now. But I don't think anyone would disagree that Trump and his supporters see
Okay, I don't think anyone just. Okay, I did hear.
themselves as the authentic American people standing against a corrupt and out-of-touch establishment.
Yep.
Republicans
If only Trump didn't become one of them.
and Democrats alike. Even when he's in power, I don't think people realize that when Trump does that, he's doing something that fascists have done all the way throughout. Even as dictators, fascists were...
Bro, I thought we were going to take like an extra 30 seconds. How long? I mean, you guys have seen every time I do a debate, and I come out to you guys. We want to make sure that we've got the points that I want to make, the entertainment value, and it fits in the time.
odds with the old conservative establishment, which remained a thorn in their side until the war. The third pillar is a revivalist nationalism.
Okay, so we got authoritarian, populist, and revivalist.
Fascism is often described as a kind of ultra-nationalism, and obviously nationalism will change a lot because every nation is different, it has a different story, they have different values. But for fascism, there is one very common theme. It's an obsession with national decline, humiliation, and victimhood. For Hitler, it was Versailles and the stab in the back myth. For Mussolini, it was the mutilated victory. For Trump, it's interesting because this national humiliation happened twice. When I first heard MAGA, I thought, okay, it sounds like he's talking about the 1950s. Maybe some of his supporters think 1850s. It was vague, but it was referring to some kind of ideal. In the 2024 campaign, MAGA...
They'll brush that off as if that's a bad thing. So number one, when you have a political campaign message, especially your tagline, it is supposed to be vague so that people can project their own ideas onto it. That's the point of having, like, what was Obama was hope. Oh, that's pretty vague. Hope for what? That's exactly the point. People have hope for this and hope for that and hope for that. Make America great again means that, hey, we've fallen from where we used to be, where I liked it, and I want to go back there. That's not a dig. That's the point.
just meant his last presidency. You can look back at the campaign. He just started talking about how great America was 5 or 6 years ago. So it's maybe a bit less spicy than the 1930s, but when Trump talks about America as a nation that isn't being taken seriously, when he places enormous tariffs on over 100 countries while holding up a board with a bunch of numbers that came from a formula that has nothing to do with tariffs and claiming that this is America reclaiming its dignity from Mozambique, then he's kind of doing a similar thing, just in its own way.
Well, I mean, how else is he going to win the debate?
Is Trump a fascist? Yeah.
Thank you very much for that opening.
So again, I apologize for putting you through that boring aspect of this, but it was important because we need to see from the very beginning. Rob, as I said in the title, puts on a master class.
With that, we'll kick it over to Rob for his opening statement as well.
I get to struggle
Got the
with it.
timer set for you, Rob.
Do you know how much time I have?
7 minutes.
All right, check. All right, everyone. Thank you. What was with that low energy shit? Am I right? Let's amp it up a little.
Let's fucking go!
It's a party. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, bro. From the beginning, from
Thank
the
you.
jump.
Now, before we get started, I have to say, I don't know if Jay Dyer's here. What's up, Modern Day Debate? Why'd Jay get more beverages than me? I think that's some shit. Yeah, I think we could unionize here, more beverages. So I thought maybe it was his hat game. So we'll go with Jay Dyer. Doesn't
Entertainment.
fit very well, so I'm gonna immediately backtrack from that.
He should have done the whole debate.
Well, I've lost already. Before we start, I just want to say thank you so much to James, Modern Day Debate, everyone that's here. You guys are the best. A special thanks to you, Lonerbox. I know that we switched to you were debating, and regardless of the beating I'm about to give you, I do really appreciate it. From the bottom, I really do. It's really cool. It's not easy to switch when you've planned, so I do appreciate that. So let's get to the boring stuff first.
Maybe we'll give him a little bit of grace with the opening, given that it was a last-minute thing.
Definition of fascism. Here's the framework for how to view this debate. I'm going to give you a definition of fascism. I'm going to prove that that definition is superior and that under that definition, Trump is not a fascist. But if you're a delusional lefty that's here with Lonerbox or Destiny, you might say, actually, we're going to go with Lonerbox's definition. So I will prove under Lonerbox's definition why Trump is not a fascist. And then we'll talk about important things. So first, let's start with the boring stuff. My definition is going to come from Roger Griffin's 1991 book, The Nature of Fascism. And fascism is going to have 3 parts. Now, the first part is that it is populist. I will argue in both of our definitions when it comes to populism. The problem is going to be that every modern political campaign in the world is populist.
Tiny nitpick. They both did it. And Lonerbox almost lost the ability to get his 3 pillars out. If you're gonna say this is gonna come down to 4 points, this is gonna come down to 2 things. Name the 2 things immediately. So with Lonerbox, what did he say? Authoritarian, popular, populist, and revivalist, or whatever it is. So you say these are the 3 things: 1, 2, and 3. Under number 1, so on and so on and so forth. Oh, do we get it? Do we get it? Got him. Oh, it was a Noerr prep. Okay, did I see this? Hold on, give me a second. Yeah. The United States is a secular state, more beneficial. Huh. Well, I guess we'll save it to videos to react to. Shout out to Grand Designs Enjoyer. Thank you. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Appreciated. All right, there it is. Thank you. So very, very much. We will definitely be covering that. All right, Devin back in. Thank you, sir.
The problem's going to be that every modern political campaign in the world is populist. Name me one campaign in any country that you could think of that is remotely effective, that doesn't speak to the importance of the people and giving the people power and distrusting wealthy people or distrusting, some sort of oligarchy or elite. So one thing I want you to remember, if everything is fascism, then nothing is fascism. And what you'll see is with these definitions, especially in the way that Lonerbox is applying them, we're going to see that it would mean that so many of these movements of the specific things they're talking about would fall into the category of fascism. The second thing that is a criteria for Griffin for fascism is that it has to be palingenetic. Now, paleogenetic is just a fancy term that means the vision of a radical new beginning, which follows a period of destruction or perceived dissolution. So picture Mussolini, right? He's a fascist. He wasn't a reformer. He wasn't saying, let's go back to what our politics were 60 years ago. He was saying he literally wanted Romans with like the SPQR tattoo driving around in like Benzes and things like that. He literally wanted the destruction of the country to go back to a time before the country. Now, does that sound like Trump? No. Trump is a reformer. Even Lonerbox said, he said, well, maybe it was going to 1950s or 1850s, and now it's just about going back to the last election. Trump's not suggesting that we go back to some puritanical time like before the founding fathers to what the country is. He's saying that Make America Great Again was a time where we had more Christian values, where we had more secure elections, where we had manufacturing in this country, where we had strong, robust...
Oh, unfortunately, as we can see here, the debate, Trump is a fascist. So as much as I probably am going to watch this on my own, we won't need it. We won't need it because Rob is putting it down right now. But thank you. Very much appreciated.
Secure elections, where we had manufacturing in this country, where we had strong, robust, hard and soft power around the world. That's what he's talking about, not a radical destruction. Because of that, it's clear that Trump, not being paleogenetic, would not be a fascist. And
which says if everything is fascist, then nothing is kind of a non sequitur. It is, in fact, possible for there to be many options.
His author is going to be this guy, Robert Paxton. That's where he's getting most of this stuff. Paxton talks specifically about the term ultranationalism. What he's referring to there is the idea that the country is above everything. It's above you. It's above your family. It's above your church. It's above your business. Does that sound like Donald Trump? Does Donald Trump sound like a guy that's doing things like demanding compulsory military service, demanding compulsory civic service, regulating industry, which is one of the first things that Mussolini did, because he saw as these industries are profiting themselves and not for the national good. So he starts to put this corporatist mindset where they're nationalizing these industries in order to have these regulations. Now, if I asked you, geez, ultranationalism, part of that is regulating our economy and having strict regulations on businesses. Is there one person in this room that'd say, yeah, that sounds like Trump, pro-regulation? Trump is one of the most anti-regulatory presidents in my lifetime. In fact, because of the justices he appointed and him arguing in front of the court or his team, we got rid of Chevron deference, which was allowing the executive agencies to actually create law to have these burdensome regulations on business for the national good. In fact, I will argue in both my definition and Lonerbox's definition, the modern left, particularly the more progressive left, actually meets these definitions far better than Trump does.
Right. And so again, just as Liberty is saying that the argument is if everything is fascism then nothing is, doesn't really get us anywhere, but that is the point. I don't think, as you said, didn't you say it? Like that's a useless conversation. Yeah. That is why this is the end. This is the end of this debate. Because the way that he puts it out shows that no matter how else you want to have this debate, you're going to come back to, well, either everybody is fascist and also Trump, or there were fascists, but Trump's not one of them. And they don't want to have that debate.
Who would you think of as regulating industry for the national good? Who would you think of talking about populism and the fact that there's systemic racism, all the systems are racist? Who does that sound like to you? And paleogenetic, who wants to return to a world that was sort of pre-race and give the land back to Native Americans and things of that? Who denigrates our foundational documents more than the modern left? But if you don't believe that and you want to go with Lonerbox's definition, there's a lot of similarities. Basically, the big difference is that instead of paleogenetic, Lonerbox says that, well, authoritarianism. Okay, authoritarianism. Water. Very good, right? That's not part of the debate. I just needed a drink. Anyways, authoritarianism.
And I think another aspect of the entertainment value is comfort. When you're comfortable speaking about what you're speaking about, when you're comfortable in front of people, when you're comfortable in front of an audience, then you can be more entertaining because you're not like, oh, I just need to read this, and oh, I'm running out of time, and that's not entertaining. Now, you could talk about, well, it shouldn't be just about entertainment. It should be about the ideas. But that's not how it really works now, is it?
What's more, what is the threshold for that? All governments are authoritarian. Was it authoritarian when I was told that I couldn't go to my place of business, but big box stores could stay open because of COVID?
Uh-huh.
When we couldn't go to church, was that authoritarian? Was it authoritarian when Republican and Democrat administrations alike pushed the Patriot Act and took away our Fourth Amendment rights? Was it authoritarian when the Biden administration actually pressured social media groups to censor people? Was that authoritarian? Is it authoritarian when they tell us that we can't have bump stocks or assault weapons? All of these things would fit a definition of authoritarian. And much like the word fascist, what you'll see is authoritarianism is this catch-all phrase that's used predominantly by the left to denigrate people on the right for things they don't like. But boy, oh boy, do they love authority when they get to exercise it. Populists, we talked about. Ultranationalism, we talked about. The last thing is this debate is boring. Let me be straight up. And both Lonerbox and I are bullshitting you, right? The truth is Lonerbox used this term before he did all this research, and I used terms like this before I did this research. Ask yourself this. If you think at the end of the day that the term fascism is ambiguous, ask yourself this. Why is he using this term?
This is where the masterclass begins. So, I mean, obviously, huge points for the entertainment value in the opening statement, just from the beginning with the hat, the prop, the this, the that, all that stuff, great. But notice how much of this debate Rob is not talking to Lonerbox. He's talking to us. I mean, technically, he's talking to the people that are in the room, but he's talking to the audience. This is why this debate is over.
That the term fascism is ambiguous. Ask yourself this. Why is he using this term? Why do people like him use the term? And you want to know why? Let me read you a little post here from our friend Lonerbox. This is from July 14th, 2024. Without the benefit of hindsight, at what point in the Weimar Republic would it have been morally acceptable to assassinate Hitler? That was 24 hours after Trump was shot at Butler. These people use these terms because they want to justify people like Tyler Robinson that killed Charlie Kirk writing on a bullet, catch this bullet fascism. That's what I'm here to argue, that shit needs to stop because they're using this term because it's loaded to weaponize people to use violence against people like us.
Let's go. Let's go. Game over before we even started. Game over before we even started with the standing ovation. And of course, Admiral gives like, I can't deal with this.
All right, I've got the timer set for you, gentlemen. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
Let's go. So before they get into that, I mean, I could not give you a better comparison of the difference between the entertainment factor in your opening statement. The people who are on Lonerbox's side in that room are already moved somewhat towards Rob because that's how people work. Now, again, you don't want to fucking become a clown and like you're just making jokes and you don't have any argument. This all comes from when all that is set and you just add it on top. And so when we say debating is not just two guys talking, it is, but it's a lot more than that. And so when you start to understand the more than that, then you can come back down and play around with it. Have a little bit of fun.
Let's do the boring stuff first.
Hey, can I respond to that first?
What's that?
Can I respond to that first, or did you want to?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. One thing about authoritarianism, my definition of authority, I'm not using it as a stand-in for palingenetic. I'm just saying authoritarian means that it's in contrast to liberalism, which basically offers one, again, we can talk about government overreach all day. Like lots, yes, I accept every state does this. Authoritarianism is contrasted with liberalism, which offers people this basic right for citizens and contending political parties to influence the composition of government through elections. Authoritarians don't like that. Anti-authoritarians do. Do you have a problem with that definition? Or?
Well, yes, because what I would say, the devil's in the details there. So, for example, in this representative democracy we have here, if I vote for someone under the auspices that they will operate within the framework of our Constitution, and then they violate that, so they violate the First Amendment, is that authoritarianism?
Shout out to Mr. Alley Cat. Welcome to the party. So you can become a clown if you are debating circuses. Well, that's very true. But I think this is the perfect example of how that doesn't have to be true. Because as Rob said it, I'm saying it. This is such a dumb debate. I'm so sick of this debate. But like in general, the prompt rather. But this debate should end it all. It should put to bed this question. And it should make anyone who doesn't like Trump never, ever, ever want to stand 10 toes down on he's a fascist ever again. They might think it, but get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. We got Arthur in the building. Welcome. Let's dive back in.
Constitution, and then they violate that. So they violate the First Amendment. Is that authoritarianism, even though they were duly elected?
I wouldn't say that makes them an authoritarian. Like, you could call it like on a spectrum of authoritarian measures, sure, or anti-democratic measures, but there's a fundamental difference between someone's worldview when they say that they are accepting that they exist in a country where people get to choose the makeup of government through elections and people who don't.
Okay, so then what would be the criteria we put that? You would acknowledge that it's just the...
How fucking tall is he? I know Rob's not a short guy, but like that's a good 3 inches from sitting down. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay, so then what would be the criteria we put that? You would acknowledge that it's just the rhetoric of Trump that would meet that and not the actual action. We had elections, Biden won, etc. So it's the rhetoric that's the problem?
Trump's mean.
No, it's the fact that he tried to change the results when he lost.
Do you think that he had any success in changing the results?
What do you mean? Was that what I asked? I said he didn't.
No, he asked you, do you think he had any success? Meaning, did he remain the president in 2020?
He tried to change the results when he lost. Yeah.
I didn't ask
he
what
tried.
you asked. I asked the question.
Yeah, so he tried to change the results when he lost.
Right. So he
you don't
tried.
get let off the hook for failing, right?
He tried, but he lost, right? Do you think there's something to be said about the actual effects that went into action? So if I try and I lose, if I try and I fail, and then another person tries and they have some sort of success, which one would be worse?
Well, going back, Hitler failed in the beer hall putsch.
All right, we're every time he brings up Hitler, we're drinking. I don't know how often it is, but I can't imagine that it's rare.
And he still ran in elections. Was he not being like authoritarian when he did that, or?
Well, I'm not. We're talking about this on a sliding scale because you're using sort of this unique definition of authoritarian, right? We could argue back and forth about it. What we would all agree is that there's certain thresholds of authoritarianism that wouldn't rise to the level of fascist, correct?
Would you be satisfied if I changed it to?
Didn't answer the question. Yet again, another person who can't answer a basic yes or no question.
Authoritarianism that wouldn't rise to the level of fascist, correct?
You can be authoritarian and it doesn't rise to the level of fascist, correct? Yes, that is correct, or no, that is not correct. And then you say what you're saying. Sally Cat says, debate also gets the authoritarian. Anyone who uses their authority is authoritarian. But in practice, it is a stand-in for something I don't like.
Bingo.
Yup.
Would you be satisfied if I changed it to like anti-democracy, or?
I mean, would I? So it's your definition.
That's why I'm asking, because I just want to see if we can actually find a definition that we agree on.
Instead of going through this, I'll get to the punchline. Like Trump and him trying to have a proposed legal challenge.
So again, another aspect of Rob doing things well. So when we did Rachel Wilson and Not So Erudite, over and over and over was asking, what happened in the 1970s? What happened in the 1970s? What happened in the 1970s? Because she wanted to talk about the quiet revolution or whatever the fuck it is. And Rob was just doing the same thing. He was asking a question to try to get an answer to piggyback off of the answer to make his point. But he saw that that wasn't working. He tried it twice. And he's like, okay, I'll just get to the punchline. Shout out to equality and deference. Because vagina. Welcome to the party. Said like and share. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It helps out so very, very much. And it doesn't even matter if anybody clicks on the link that you share just by telling the platform you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Welcome. The other guy is Lonerbox. 80% of us have no idea who he is, but he is a Destiny Orbiter. And of course, we got our boy Rob Noerr. Welcome to the party. So the switching tactics. That is a sign that he sees he has his plan. I want to ask this question, and when he answers this way, I'll do that. And then when that's not working, he's like, okay, I'm going to abandon that. Instead of being like, what happened in the 1970s? What happened in the 1970s? What happened in the 1970s? What happened in the 1970s?
That's why I'm asking, because I just want to see if we can actually find a definition that we agree on.
Instead of going through this, I'll get to the punchline.
Boom. Let me just get to the punchline. Understanding the situation you're in. Reading the fucking room. Shout out to Nikki Dog Angel. Welcome to the party. So what will you call it when a government controls the supply of goods to keep the price high, simultaneously banning imported products? Fascism. I don't know. What do you want to? Government controls the supply of goods, keep the price high. Call that corruption for sure. I don't know. Where are you going with that one? We also got Brandon Murphy. Welcome. It's funny how leftists don't see that they're the fascists and blame or accuse everyone for things they're doing. Projection. It's their native tongue. Their native tongue. We can say they cry about the authoritarianism, but then also want to make your life a living hell if you don't submit to their authority. We all see it. But for some reason, people are looking to ignore exactly what they see in here. But again, Rob does such a good job here that I highly doubt we are going to see this debate maybe ever again.
I want to see if we can actually find a definition that we agree on. Then
instead of going through this, I'll get to the punchline. Like Trump and him trying to have a proposed legal challenge because he thought that there were shenanigans that went on in 2020, which he was right? Him having a proposed stalling strategy to have alternate electors, which would have caused stalling, which would have then led the courts to look at this stuff, isn't trying to overthrow the country. However, the Obama administration, working at the behest of Hillary Clinton, actually taking disinformation sourced by Russians in order to spy on Trump's campaign.
Russia.
Sourced by Russians, paid for by Hillary Clinton, under the auspices of Trump was colluding with Russians, when the FBI and the Obama administration knew that it was Hillary's team that was colluding with Russians. How is that not accepting the results of democracy?
I'm just going to go back to the first thing that you said. Trump did not just offer a legal challenge, and he did not just say we want to stall for Eastman said 10 days, I think. Trump was saying to certify the proper slates, i.e. the fake ones for 7 states that he had produced.
And what would have been the result?
I don't know what the result would have been.
It would have went to the
never
court.
been in that situation.
It would have went to the court.
How do you know that?
Situation.
Has that ever happened before? Has a vice president ever just taken? No.
Yes.
In Hawaii.
Has that ever happened before? Have we ever had an America without slavery? So I can make the same stupid fucking points that you can, bro. Like I said, where I live, liquor is sold by the government, and the government is mad at Trump, so they won't sell American liquor, and then claim we are choosing more Canadian products when we have no choice. I mean, I've had Canadian whiskey. It ain't bad, but that's at the very least. That's at the very least authoritarian. I don't know. It's authoritarian. I don't think it's authoritarianism, but it's definitely grabbing too much power. But I mean, it's under a different framework. You guys don't have the same constitution we have, so I don't know that it's as big of a faux pas, so to speak. But I feel you. It's not a good debate until Rob gets to talk about Russian collusion. Here we fucking go. The United States is terrified of consumers having an actual choice. Yep. His sister said, I saw when Canada smashed all the Jack Daniels bottles. Waste of perfectly good hooch.
Haram!
They smashed the bottles? Like, just put them in a warehouse. You think never again are Canadians going to want to buy Jack Daniels? Crazy.
How do you know that? Has that ever happened before? Has a vice president ever just taken? No.
Yes.
In Hawaii.
Yes.
Got him. Were they both certified by the state or not?
No. Only the Republican slate was. And yet the Democrats put forth a slate.
Yeah, that was Nixon and Kennedy, right?
Because they said we want to stall because there'll be a recount. For those of you who don't know, here's what happens.
Thank you. What are we doing? Yet again. Talking directly to the audience. A debate is always for the audience.
Certain time frames that you have to meet, right? So it's like you have to have your electors in by a certain time frame. So I think it was 1960 Hawaii, what's going on is they knew there was going to be a recount. So the Republicans were the official slate of electors that the governor signed. They send that slate, which is what we're told you're supposed to do. The Democrats were worried that the recount would go their way, but there wouldn't be any recourse because these slates wouldn't be there. There would only be one slate there. So they proposed an alternate slate, which eventually was accepted. But at the time of the sending of the slate of electors, we saw that actually there was a Democrat slate that was sent that was not signed by the governor.
All that to say, that's never happened before. Yep. Yes, it has.
Do you think that's the same? First of all, I'm not actually even sure that's true.
It's true. I can promise you. It's true. Nikki said people got mad, so then they sold it at a discount to the government. Fucking employees, but let's try that one again. People got mad, so then they sold it at a discount to government fucking employees. But I have to understand it was all purchased from the distilleries with taxpayer money because liquor is government run. So they used your money to go buy a bunch of liquor just to smash it. Is that what I'm hearing? Glad I'm an American. Jesus. I wonder if my parents were ever thinking about going to Canada. Because I mean, they got married. They were living in England, so it's not like they were escaped. Because I mean, they had to escape the West Indies. Jamaica was getting bad, and so it's not like they were asylum seekers or some shit. They were economic immigrants. Obviously they went the right way. But I wonder if they ever were thinking about going to Canada. I have to ask. He'll show up. I would imagine that he knows who Lonerbox is. And I mean, with the title, yeah, I mean, who's not clicking on that? Right. It's early. Speaking of early, guys, make sure you get that $5 in to make the entire stream ad-free. Just under 10 minutes left. It doesn't have to be a $5. Teamwork makes a dream work.
Do you think that's the same? First of all, I'm not actually even sure that's true, given the legitimacy of the slates, because again, these didn't come from a party. They came from Trump and his own guys. Trump also produced a slate for a state that he didn't even claim to have won the popular vote in, which was New Mexico.
Once more, what was going on? I'm not sure of the specifics of New Mexico. What I'll say is this. What was going on was that he wanted these legal challenges. Some of the legal challenges actually ended up being successful, at least temporarily. For example, in Pennsylvania, the Superior Court of Pennsylvania ruled that mail-in ballots were illegal. Now, the Supreme Court, which I believe is a 5-2 Democrat court, actually overturned that later. But the whole point was, once the game's over, it's over. So Trump's trying to be like, we have this election that is massively changed, where we have millions more voting than we ever had, millions using this system that we never had. That the Western, by the way, what's mail-in voting like in Scotland?
I don't know. I don't engage in it.
How about the rest of Europe?
I don't know.
They don't really like it. I wonder why. Because everybody knows it's less secure.
Wait, so we try to challenge election results based on them?
Wait, put one in the chat if you've not seen the Mamdani grocery store ID thing.
Since when we've done that?
What I'm saying is that it's perfectly reasonable.
This country's been doing it since the Civil War, no?
What's that?
This country, America, has been doing it since the Civil War.
Not like this. Like, so
just with more people.
Having absentee ballots or having like certain ballots because you're in the military, you have an illness is different. Like in my state of Pennsylvania, I think the amount of mail-in ballots that increased were something like 20 to 30%.
That's a good point. Back in the, I mean, it's a different country from where it was in the early 80s. And he says your parents probably would have liked Canada back then. But if they aren't big fans of India, they probably wouldn't like it as much now. The quality of our immigrants has declined dramatically. So remember, my parents grew up in the West Indies. My mom, born and raised in Jamaica, like her family's from Jamaica. My dad's family is from Trinidad and Tobago. And like, my ancestry is mostly Indian. There's some Chinese and Japanese in there, but I don't know anybody in my family. Like I would have to, look it up or ask my grandparents or something, how far back, how many generations before people were actually in India, like in my family. So we're a little bit removed from that. But you make a good point about how, Canada back then is not Canada today. Americans are, well, I mean, Aunt Jemima's a shit, but like real maple syrup is different.
State of Pennsylvania, I think the amount of mail-in ballots that increased were something like 20 to 30% of all of our ballots were mail-in. And there's significant problems. But I'm not getting into another
Just to be clear, though,
January
Rob,
6th debate again.
Well, these weren't the same complaints that Trump was having at the time. Well, first of all, before the election, he said that these alternate votes were going to be cast by different countries. We know that's not true, right? He's not even saying that anymore. That other countries were just making ballots and sending them to the United States.
Okay, so let's say that was a lie. Does that mean he's a fascist? Next.
To get them
Well, we just had the revelation in 2020 that we saw China was hacking voting systems.
Well, what was China doing?
Was covered up by
China making ballots and then
I mean, Canadian Carnival. Yeah, you think you know how to party? The fucking West Indies.
trying to
was hacking voting systems.
Well, what was China doing?
Was covered up by
China making ballots and then trying to get them cast in the United States?
There are allegations of that.
No, they weren't doing that.
We're likely to learn more. We're likely to learn more about it. I know that you and the lefties don't want
more. We're likely to learn more.
The story's just breaking. We were told over and over certain things like illegals aren't on the registry. Oh, they are. Well, illegals don't vote. Oh,
the liberal playbook. The liberal playbook. Step 1. That's not happening. Step 2. Okay, yes, you've got an example of it happening, but it's just a small thing. That's not really a problem. Step 3. Of course it's happening. You're racist if you don't love it. The liberal playbook. Naming any issue. Any culture war issue, at least. That's come from the left in the last decade. That did not follow that exact same trend. First, it's not happening. Then it's happening, but it's just a little bit so you don't need to worry about it. And then, of course, it's happening, and you're a bad person if you don't like it.
Over and over certain things like illegals aren't on the registry. Oh, they are. Well, illegals don't vote. Oh, we are. We just learned that this week. Then we had the story break about China. Actually, China was doing everything that we accused Russia of doing in 2016. And instead of our FBI deciding, oh, we're going to just blow up this massive scandal to help Hillary Clinton, this time they covered it up. Now, if it's so important to secure our elections from foreign sources, why did the FBI hide that information?
The story, again, I feel like I need to correct like 3 things at once. The first thing that happened with China that we do know about, we'll get the facts in the future. Hopefully this thing that Trump just pulled out of his ass 6 months before the 2020 election just turns out to be true now when we don't have any facts. In China.
Okay, but like that's how things happen. What do you mean? Things that take time. Take time.
There was one actor apparently who downloaded publicly available voter information for 6 states. We don't know why they did that. US Intel doesn't know why they did that. That's the problem. That's what happened with China. Someone in China downloaded publicly available voter information for 6 states. Not they tried to cast alternative ballots or fake ballots or fraudulent ballots, send them to the United States and get them cast as votes. When Trump said that in 2020 before the election, it's made up.
Again.
Yes or no?
What? Yes. Did you get that from someone? Again, Trump specifically saying things, oftentimes he's prone to hyperbole. My man Dinesh called him a fabulous. I thought that was a good word, right? Like he's prone to hyperbole. I don't know specifically everything.
You said probably, it's true. We just haven't got the facts.
Let me finish. Probably we'll look into it. And he didn't say exactly what you're quoting. It's irrelevant to this point. What I'm saying is Trump thought that there were problems with the election, as did millions of other people. He wanted to delay and tactic to see it. The other side did everything they could to rush it along because they weren't afraid that it was a lie. They were afraid it was the truth. But it's interesting. You said something there that I want to address. I noticed that you didn't talk about anything about what the Democrats and the Obama administration did not accepting the results of the 2016 election. In fact, a YouGov poll in 2018, that was 2 years after that election, said that nearly 2/3 of Democrats believed that Russians manipulated votes in order to swing the election for Trump.
Right, and so what he's doing here is that, yeah, Lonerbox is bringing up a bunch of stuff. Well, Trump bad this, Trump bad that, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. But Rob is bringing it back to the prompt. The prompt is whether or not he's a fascist, not if he's a mean guy. And so if you're going to say he's a fascist because he did X, Y, and Z, and then we look back at the last president before him doing exactly the same thing that you like, then he has proven that the word is useless. Totally interfered with our election just a little bit, so it doesn't count. Well, they didn't. It wasn't Russia, and Russia is what we're talking about. So we're just gonna push that off to the side.
This is because of the rhetoric of Hillary Clinton, who was still saying in 2018 that the election was stolen from her by Russians. And now we see that the Obama administration was actually taking the information given by Hillary, sourced by Russians to get illegal FISA warrants. My question to you is, even if you want to scream January 6th is authoritarianism, how does that not prove the modern Democratic Party is as well?
First of all, that's a very compelling claim about the Democrats and Hillary Clinton, who conceded the results of the election, within 24 hours? And even that was enough for...
Okay, so what's the time limit? So if he conceded within 36 hours, even though he went kicking and screaming, did he need to be dragged out or did he walk out on his own? So yet again, it just comes back to, well, I don't like the way that he did it. When Obama did it, then it was mine. But he did the exact same thing, but he was mean about it, so I don't like it. 90 seconds to get those ads, guys.
And Hillary Clinton, who conceded the results of the election, like what, within 24 hours? And even that was enough for even people on her side to make fun of her for it, because she just, she took a few hours longer than most people do because she was upset. And I made fun of her for that as someone who supported her. So we're going to.
Why? Why is that something to make fun of somebody that you support and they lost and they need some time to deal with that, especially when it's the next one in line? I mean, yeah, I voted for her and I regret that and I hate her now. But even still, you're like, oh, I made fun of her. Cool, bro.
Most people do enough for even people on her side to make fun of her for it, because she just, she took a few hours longer than most people do because she was upset. And I made fun of her for that as someone who supported her. So we're going to compare this to Trump.
Scotland. What are you supporting her for? Do you have kilts or something?
Listen, there are cops here, quiet. Listen, that's a really compelling claim about the Democrats. The topic of the debate is whether or not Trump is a fascist. If you want to lay down a whole premise for why you think actually the Democrats are the real fascists, which would be really fascinating, we can do that another time. When it comes to Trump, again, you said this thing earlier, which again, I don't know, I guess we would.
And so Lonerbox doesn't really see the avenue that Rob is taking. He's using the word to nullify any meaning. And so if it is such that Trump is a fascist, then everybody's a fascist. And so that doesn't mean anything. It's a comparative analysis.
When it comes to Trump, again, you said this thing earlier, which again, I don't know, I guess we both agree with the populism, but populism is not just saying that we want to appeal to loads of people, or I think like we're standing for the little man. Populism, and it's something again that I think Trump and Mussolini and Hitler and other fascists seem to all hold in conjunction, is this idea of like the amount of unbelievable charity that they give to their leaders. Like it's the fact that we've got Trump, who Dinesh D'Souza earlier, he said something like, when he was talking about the 40 million immigrants arriving under Biden, he said something like, well, that's a lie, but it triggers the right emotion in people, therefore I like it. I'm not paraphrasing that, am I? He said that.
Ooh,
like,
he said mad words.
Because it just worked on you.
Oh, shit! On the fucking buzzer! On the fucking buzzer! Shout out to the sugar daddy himself. Funk Master General! Thank you so very much, sir, for the 20 gifted memberships. Look at all those names. Thank you so very much. Welcome to the party, and that is how you do the damn thing. Thank you so very much. Remember, guys, if you got a membership, you are invited to the members-only after party every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. stream. Let's hit up the banner there, getting some movement on the movie night goal. So that brings us 65 points. It's 1 out of 15. And right? Am I bugging? Yeah. 60 out of $75 for the night. The sugar daddy is, yeah. Thank you so very much. Funk Master General. Let's fucking go. Thank you so very much. And note, it's one, right? Okay. It's showing two. Okay. All right. No ads for the entire stream. Thank you so very much, sir. Let's dive back in.
Like the line was okay, and
Let me ask you this:
because it just worked on you, is why I'm saying.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to clearly go back to the Russia thing real quick and just say, notice how he ran from it. The reason this is important is if everything's fascism, nothing's fascism. So at the end of the day, you might be saying, technically he's right. If the Democrats are fascist, that doesn't prove that Trump's not. But go back to that point that I made at the beginning. At the end of the day, probably the average person amongst you is like me. And you're going to be like, yeah, there's a lot of words that we could use definitions for fascism. So why are we using this one particularly? And what's happening is he's willing to overlook Democrat fascism because he wants to use this term to label conservatives. That way they can justify not Lonerbox, who's a chill guy, right? But he knows he's part of a community in DGG that their moderators calling school shooter vibes. He knows that that's what's going on. He knows 24 hours after a Trump assassination attempt that he's out there saying, what point should we have taken Hitler out? So when he starts his opening statement here and goes, well, it's about preventing it. It's about, I'm not concerned about the end results. I'm concerned about the beginning. And who cares if you want to call Democrats fascist whatsoever? Here was the results of Democrats refusing to accept the results of an election just because she said, I concede. Then it's okay to all of a sudden weaponize the FBI to hamper, unlike anything that Trump did or Trump's team did going into the 2020 Biden term. So the point is that he's justifying the selective use of this term. That's what he's running from on the Russia thing. That's why he doesn't want to talk about it.
Semantic obfuscation. That is the entire point. This debate, whoever has it, it is an exercise in semantic obfuscation. Let's shout out Colonel Quayle. Welcome to the party. Yeah, I was born here. I don't know. I gotta hear it to do the accent. But welcome to the party. We also got our boy Trey Williams. Welcome. Said, what's Big Dong? It's a real ninja birthday. I don't know what that means, but if it's your birthday, then happy fucking birthday. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. Getting us closer to that movie night. You guys are amazing. Welcome to the party. Again, we are having the Trump is a fascist debate, but it is the last one ever. It is the last one ever because Rob has done such a good job that no one worth their salt would ever try to pick this up again.
Selective use of this term.
I'm going to back that up a little bit.
To hamper, I concede. Then it's okay to all of a sudden weaponize the FBI to hamper, unlike anything that Trump did or Trump's team did going into the 2020 Biden term. So the point is that he's justifying the selective use of this term. That's what he's running from on the Russia thing. That's why he doesn't want to talk about it, because he wants you to think that Trump's this unique book. Only Trump's a populist. To answer this question of populism, who's your author? Are you getting most of this from Robert Paxton? Mm-hmm. What does he say the minimum is in order to be a fascist?
Does he say there's a minimum?
He rejects.
Well, there's got to be a minimum. There's got to be, whatever you're talking about. If you're saying this is a thing, there has to be a threshold. Otherwise, that word don't mean anything. If you say he's a blue bloc, okay, what actually is encased in being a blue bloc? Well, I don't know. Well, then how do you know whether somebody is or not? That don't make no sense. Hey, baby. See, it sounds like you're trying to. Can you say Jamaica? I don't know. I tried. You're making me crazy.
Rejects a minimum specifically. In other words, would Paxton say that a government could be all of the three things you outlined and still not be fascist?
Well, just to be clear, Paxton does think Trump is a fascist.
It doesn't matter if he thinks or not. The question was, if he rejects a minimum, is it possible to do all the three things that you've outlined?
Well, he rejects a minimum, but so am I.
Yes or no?
Well, he rejects a minimum, but so am I. I'm not saying that you can meet one of these pillars and still be a fascist. I don't.
So can you answer that you could meet all three and not be fascist?
You could meet all. I don't know who.
Damn, only one person saying happy birthday. Let's give him another dilly. In case you missed it, I think it is Trey's birthday. Dilly fucking dilly. One more year on this earth.
All three and not be a fascist. No.
But if there's no minimum, that means you could be a populist. You could be authoritarian.
But that's not what he means by no. Is that what he means by no minimum?
Yes, he means that there is literally. He specifically.
Well, how do you know that?
This.
Because the three pillars thing, I was doing that for the purpose of the debate. I'm summarizing what I've read from Paxton. He doesn't say there are three pillars and there's no minimum.
You're getting your yes or no. The scholar that you're using.
Is that what Rob is saying? That this guy is actually the scholar that he's talking about said there's no minimum. There's no minimum threshold. That's the whole debate again.
You know that. That's not what he means by no. Is that what he means by no minimum?
Yes, he means that there is literally. He specifically.
Well, how do you know that?
This.
Because the three pillars thing, I was doing that for the purpose of the debate. I'm summarizing what I've read from Paxton. He doesn't say there are three pillars and there's no minimum.
You're getting your yes or no. The scholar that you're using predominantly is Paxton.
I'm deriving it. Yes.
Yes.
But I've adapted it a bit for the debate because if Paxton.
So you're taking
to
a
be
scholar.
Clear, Paxton's definition is a book. It's a 200-page book. So I'm not gonna.
Yes, but don't you think that there's a problem when people like, look, I debated in college. This is what assholes like us do, right? We come up and we read, oh, this guy wrote this. I got to debate. I look into this book. I find something, and then you shoehorn it into your own shit. And that's what he's doing. He's taking this scholar that specifically says there is no minimum. Right now, what that means, just in case you're listening, is you theoretically could be ultranationalist and a populist, and you could be authoritarian, but you're still not a fascist. So how do we know then if there's no minimum that his scholar outlines? Converse that to my definition that gives a specific minimum. It must be paleogenetic, it must be populist, and it must be ultranationalist. So what he wants you to believe is that we should just accept on his word. But my feeling is, even though James, our moderator who's running things on time, sounds very fascist to me, right? Even if he meets all three of those things, well, maybe he's not a fascist, but Trump is. And ask yourself constantly, why is he doing this? Why is he so hell set on calling Trump a fascist? So I want you to explain to me why we should accept this definition where there is literally no minimum given. What's the threshold before?
That's crazy. I don't know how this person that he's appealing to is considered a scholar in government or whatever else. If you're saying there's no minimum to reach the threshold of what makes a fascist, maybe I'm not fully understanding, and that's not what he's saying, but that's insane.
Or when you personally choose.
Yeah, what's the threshold? Exactly.
Literally no minimum given. What's the threshold before when you personally choose to call someone a fascist?
Okay, so when it comes to Paxton, when he lays out, again, because he lays it out throughout a book, okay, maybe he can disagree.
Fake heavy. She don't have the heavy. She's a liar. Picks, or it didn't happen.
When he lays out, again, because he lays it out throughout a book, okay, maybe he can disagree with the way that I've interpreted it. I think it's fairly clear. When he lays it out, he lays out that there is the populism, there's the anti-establishment variable, which is what separates them from most other dictatorships. There is the national revivalism, which actually I think is pretty much the same as paleogenetic. I just didn't want to use that term because it sounds pretentious. But and then there's the fact that they, and then there's the fact that they don't, they don't believe in the idea that people should be able to choose the makeup of government through elections, which is how Paxton defines authoritarian at the beginning of his book. So
Trump's done that.
Who crosses all three of those things in Paxton's book who he doesn't think is a fascist? There's no one.
There could be plenty of people.
But
how
who
about
are
this?
they?
Let's ask you this question. You or Paxton either. Name me a government after like World War II era that you consider fascist, other than the Trump administration.
Can you just,
What was the question?
A government after like World War II era that you consider fascist,
So post World War II fascist government.
other than the Trump administration.
can you just move the mic a little bit closer so it's angled? There you go.
God,
I
I want to stare at him, so you know.
You got it.
A government that he talks about, he probably would. He gets a very fencing position on the Ayatollah, the first one in Iran. But yeah, he wrote that in 2004, which is when he did point out that quite a lot of parties in Europe were moving towards power. He mentions Le Pen specifically, but not governments. No,
Yeah.
That's why Paxton, when he was coming back again, just because fascism died and didn't come back into power for a long time, most fascisms in the 30s and 20s failed, didn't they?
I would say there's plenty of political parties that would meet this definition, and yet Paxton or you never.
Which ones though? Which ones are?
Well, again, that's the point. If you stretch the definition to mean anything, and there's no minimum, as long as you have some aspect of these three qualities, then you're a fascist. Okay. And then, because under his definition, there's some fascists that are good, there are some fascists that are not that bad, there are some fascists that are terrible, but that doesn't tell us anything. You may as well say, well, he's a man, he's a human, he's got hair, he's got 2 feet. Okay.
Well, paleogenetic, nationalist, populist, and authoritarian.
Well, paleogenetics, my definition, not yours. Like, so
again, I was just using the exact but the
fair enough. Let's go through it. Populist.
paleogenetic.
Let's just see about that. What's the actual, is it this one? Is this you? I don't think this is you. This doesn't seem like you. What's the actual thing? I don't believe you. Equality's gotta head out. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. You have a good one. Put the channel name. I don't believe you.
The exact but the
Fair enough. Let's go through it. Populist.
palingenetic nationalism and
Do you think I could name? Do you think I could name a government or a political party in a major country that was populist in the past 50 years?
Well, given that
Malay.
that's only one pillar, I don't know. Why that
Okay,
would
so
prove
you
anything.
accept that. There was plenty of other populists, right? Now, next, number 2. Your next is authoritarian. Can we name any governments that was both populist and authoritarian in the past 50 years? Should be pretty simple, right?
Populist and authoritarian?
Correct.
We're going
Off
down
the
the
top of my
list.
head, I don't know. Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, but I was locked down during COVID. Democrats.
How is that saying that you don't believe that people should be allowed to choose government by participating in elections?
I don't think that that's what the term authoritarian means. I think authoritarian could mean taking power, using your institution to take power from the people in ways that's illegitimate, right? So, for example, if we have a Bill of Rights and our government is elected and says, we trust in elections, we believe in elections, but no one's allowed to speak anymore. You no longer have free speech. Is that authoritarian?
Okay, so again, when I'm proposing a definite, and again, we probably both agree that neither Paxton nor Griffin would say that these are the prerequisites to be a fascist.
Then why are you appealing to them?
I think Griffin
They
would
probably would
absolutely
agree.
say he
What?
outlines
COVID
it
measures.
specifically.
COVID measures would qualify as
Oh,
fascist
no,
to
no,
Griffin.
no. I'm
No, authoritarianism.
sorry. I thought you meant the 3 that we're outlining.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying when I'm saying authoritarian, you might
How does
you might have
Paxton
a different
define authoritarian then?
authoritarian or authoritarianism.
Either.
So when he says authoritarian, I think it's on like it's within the first like 30 pages. He says something about how, I think I actually quoted it directly, didn't I? He said something about how it's the difference between contrasted with a liberal regime that believes that the public should be allowed to choose the makeup of government through elections.
You don't think Trump thought that the people should be allowed to choose the makeup of government through elections?
Well, only when he wins, because when
Okay,
he
same
loses,
with
he says
Democrat.
there's fraud, and he tells Mike Pence to make him president.
Exactly. So if we're saying everything, the left is fascist, the right is fascist, China is fascist, and this, then saying somebody's a fascist doesn't fucking mean anything. Alec Cat said, I think this debate also gets at the point that populism is a strange term. All elections are a popularity contest. Yeah, I still don't fully understand like why that term became so popular. Because exactly what you're saying. Like they're that's everything. Completely agreed. I don't get it.
No, did he?
Yes, he did. Yes,
No, he didn't.
Mike Pence tested that.
Did he though?
Yes.
No, he didn't. See
what
the
did I
guy.
say? What did I
Get
say?
him, audience. Get him.
Yes, I know. Whoever the fuck, Mike
Hey,
Pence.
that's a valued ticket buyer. Don't be talking shit.
2016 or 2020? 2020.
Yeah, you know?
Okay, so yeah, I was like,
I'm aware that Mike Pence, Giga Chad, didn't do what Trump told him to. I'm saying what Trump told him to do.
What I'm
Pence says
saying
that
is
Trump
we've
told him to
already
make
gone
him
through.
president.
We have a dispute as to what Trump wasn't saying. No, I lost. So just
called it. Lies after lies after lies. Lies after lies after lies. Oh, I'm with the heavies. Oh, look at the heavies. Oh my god. Is this what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about? I ain't seen no heavies. Lie confirmed. Don't believe women.
just make me king. Trump was saying, I believe there was cheating. By the way,
So
were you
make me
aware of the
king?
fact that two questions on this real quick, since we're going down this rabbit hole. Do you know what the Transition Integrity Project is?
No.
Okay, this was a project that was led by John Podesta and other Democratic strategists.
I thought he was going to pull a pop quiz Kyla. Do you know what this is? Well, then you don't even know. It's totally fine to ask, are you aware of this thing? Because I'm about to talk about it. If you don't know about it, then I'll tell you about it. But what happened in the 1970s?
No.
Okay, this was a project that was led by John Podesta and other Democratic strategists that war-gamed out the 2020 election. They said if Biden lost, you know what the Democrat strategy would be? You ready for this? alternate electors. They also suggested that they would have country or states like California threaten to secede from the Union. Remember when all the like super cool Democrat celebrities like the Avengers cast was saying, now you could do it, electors. You could choose to actually vote in a different direction. How wasn't that them being fascist then?
That's a great theory again, Rob, and I'm sure it's very, very correct factually all the way through. The fact is that this is a debate about whether or not Trump is a fascist. We can do a Democrat debate on fascism another time if you want. The question is whether or not Trump...
He still doesn't even see it coming. He still doesn't even see it coming. You may win the semantics of the debate, and we might say, okay, fine. Under that definition, Trump indeed is a fascist. But then all you do is undercut the word fascist itself, which is exactly what Rob is trying to do.
Trump is, and now it seems to be that we're stuck on the idea that Trump doesn't accept election results when he loses.
I'm saying that in the modern United States landscape, no one accepts election results when they lose as a totality of the parties. The Democrats said they were cheating. In fact, they were already priming the pump for the 2020 election. Remember?
That's not authoritarianism.
Oh, Trump's taking away mail ballots. He's taking away mailboxes. It's a big conspiracy. He's going to control USPS. He's not going to allow. Both sides were doing this shit. It started with the Democrats in 2016 that even though they said we accept the results of the election, for the first time in history, weaponized our FISA courts to utilize the entire FBI to spy on the Trump administration. That story, by the way, hampered his entire administration for 4 years. Now, what was hampered with Biden when Trump peacefully left power? Oh, nothing. He had a mandate to censor people that criticized the 2020 election, authoritarian. He had a mandate to aggressively go after everyone on January 6th and treat them like persona non grata. And then he proceeded to try to censor people that were talking about COVID.
Sounds pretty authoritarian to me. But again, another aspect of doing well in a debate is having the avenue, having the path that you want to go down very clear in your own mind. If you are lucky and or skilled enough to be against somebody who is just going to go along with that and just let you drive the conversation, then awesome, you're probably going to win. Not everybody's going to do that, and so it's jockeying for whose framework are we working under. But the fact that Lonerr doesn't see what Rob is doing is, I don't even know. It feels pretty obvious to me. It feels pretty obvious to me. He said in his opening statement that we're talking about the usage of the word, why he's choosing to use those words, and I think he's proving that, well, okay, maybe at this point he's not actually saying that. Maybe Trump is a fascist, but if everybody's a fascist, then what is the problem?
Ever told you that less is more, Rob? I'm sorry, it's just that like way early. I'm sorry, just like
what did he say?
Has anyone ever told you that less is more, Rob? I'm sorry, it's just that like way early. I'm sorry, just like way earlier on, it's just that you're using every sentence. What was that sentence that just triggered that entire soliloquy? It was because I said something about. It's because I said something about how.
Got him.
We're talking about authoritarianism.
It's
right?
because I said that Trump doesn't. It's because I said that Trump doesn't accept the results when he loses. Oh well, everyone. What people make it.
Yeah, back then.
Excuses. People say, oh yeah, if the Russian disinformation hadn't happened, then maybe more people would have voted for me. But I still conceded the results. Trump still does not confess that he has lost the 2020 election, did he?
Maybe. I don't think he did. But we can say, remember when Trump tried to force us to get a COVID shot? Wait, that was Biden. And so a lot of people love to be like, well, Trump's the one that made the vaccine. It's like, that wasn't a bad thing yet. We didn't know that was not the avenue that we want to go down. We're listening to the most respected virologist in the fucking world. That's why I want to prosecute Fauci. And yeah, that was a mistake to listen to him. But that's a different thing than forcing people to get the shot after they knew. People
would have voted for me, but I still conceded the results. Trump still does not confess that he has lost the 2020 election, did he?
He's never said that he lost. Why would him saying I concede make any difference?
That you acknowledge the process, that you acknowledge the fact that you lost an election, that you're taking part.
He
in
left.
Acknowledged it by leaving.
Oh, he acknowledged it by leaving. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what's he doing now? He's still saying he won. He's
So
still,
what?
Okay.
What if we find, by the way, just curious,
Hypothetically.
what if we actually ended up finding results that like at least one state did have cheating and it went the wrong direction?
Very possible.
Like,
Is it still fascist?
If there was outcome determinative results.
What if it was just outcome
In
determinant for one state?
Well, a couple of things. One, I would maybe ask like if Trump actually knew any. But well, the fact is, no. I'll just give it all to you. Let's just say that Trump actually does uncover the fact that he should have won. Like, it was outcome determinative. Of course, that would change my opinion on whether or not he.
Okay, so then what does that have to do with fascism? This is merely a difference of opinion. So if you have a different opinion than me, you're fascist.
Respects the results of elections.
So then the second question that stems from this is if he truly believed that.
But all I'm hearing is, we'll get the truth tomorrow.
Is if he truly believed that, would it be fascist?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Like when.
Wait, what? It would still be fascist if he said this happened and that happened? That I must have misheard that, right?
Stems from this is if he truly believed that.
But all I'm hearing is, we'll get the truth tomorrow.
Is if he truly believed that, would it be fascist?
Yeah.
Why?
What? What?
Huh?
I don't know. Like when Hitler
Clearly. I don't know. I don't like him. So fascist. So yeah.
said that he truly believed that.
Oh, Hitler. Of course. Of course. They can't do anything. But compare him to Hitler. It's so boring.
The Jews were the reason that Nazi Germany went to war. Does that really change whether or not it was a racist opinion? Like, no.
That's not the question. We're not.
If you're
talking about
delusional,
racist
you can still be anti-democracy even though you think you are. It depends how you act. I judge people based on what they do,
What
not
does
what they say about
democracy
themselves.
mean?
In this context, if we're talking about the right to participate for the people to choose the composition of government through elections.
So if
people and parties.
so let's say, here's another hypothetical. Let's forget about Trump for a second, or let's say Trump did this. Instead of doing what he did, he faked a bunch of ballots and he put them in and then he won. Would that be anti-democracy?
Sorry, I missed that one again.
Or hypothetical. Let's forget about Trump for a second, or let's say Trump did this. Instead of doing what he did, he faked a bunch of ballots and he put them in and then he won. Would that be anti-democracy?
Yeah, of course.
Would you?
Crazy. Hey, look, we found Lonerbox's alt account. Welcome to the party. Oh, man. I hope it's Lonerbox. Because if there's a real person out there that thinks this wasn't a systematic dismantling, you're coping hard, brother. You're coping hard. I mean, Lonerr did cope after this. He put the video out saying, well, Rob was mean or some shit like that.
And he put them in and then he won. Would that be anti-democracy?
Yeah, of course.
Would you saying, hey, that's fucked up, we shouldn't swear Trump in, he faked a bunch of ballots, would that make you a fascist?
If it was outcome determined, well, again, we're talking about one pillar. I don't know why you keep doing this. It would have to be more than one pillar. To both of us, it has to be more than just one.
Fair enough. So the question is, when this is the key thing that we're saying, because we're admitting populism's like whatever, and when it comes to the idea of authoritarianism on this specific, would that make you authoritarianism?
What if Trump faked a bunch of ballots and I said you should be president because you faked ballots?
Said we should know. We should look into that. I think he cheated. Are you fascist or is he authoritarian?
If Trump faked ballots and like outcome determinative, or if he just committed a crime?
You think it's outcome determinative? Sure.
Okay, if it's outcome determinative and he did it, and I think he shouldn't be president, then yeah, I don't think you should be able to get to be president because you faked ballots. Yeah.
Okay, so what if you said that and you were like, no, I don't think he should be president. We need to look into this, and then it turned out you were wrong. Were you fascist when you made those statements?
And it turned out I was wrong.
Correct.
Well, then you could say I was delusional, yeah. But then that
would you would be authoritarian.
Well, no, if I was delusional, yeah, that would mean that I didn't really respect the process.
So you were authoritarian.
You could say so, yeah.
Feeding right into his hand. So this is also fascism, and that is also fascism, and that is also fascism. And if you did this, then that would be fascism. And if you just knew something and you had a suspicion of something, and then it eventually becomes true, that's also fascism. You get a fascism, and you get a fascism, and you get a fascism. We're all fascists on stolen land. Crazy. That is crazy to say into a microphone on a stage in front of a camera.
Correct.
Well, then you could say I was delusional, yeah. But then that
But
would
you would be authoritarian
Well,
when
no,
you
if I
said
was delusional, yeah, that would mean that I didn't really respect the process.
So you were
no.
authoritarian.
You could say so, yeah.
I think that's absurd. So then it determines. So right now we're in a state of Schrodinger's fascism.
Just to be clear,
where if it
by the
turns
way.
out, like it's non.
Schrodinger's fascism. Oh my God.
Well, if he was right, then it's totally cool. But if he suspected something differently, well, that's fascism!
Oh, I thought he was losing the debate. So you got to go to ad homs. Okay. Lonerbox, I think you, just get off the internet. Take some time. Just contemplate what you're doing with your life. Because this ain't it. This ain't it. Wicket said the red light I was at today took longer than normal. It was fascism from the city trying to control traffic. Yep. Can't define fascism, but obviously Trump is one. Because fascism just means I don't like you. Fascist is someone I don't like. Fascist is someone I disagree with. Okay, so then it's not a big deal to be a fascist. And we're all fascists because you disagree with my opinions, so that makes you a fascist. And I disagree with your opinions, so that makes me a fascist. Oh. But yeah, you get a screenshot. You get a screenshot. Oh man, I can't wait to laugh at how fucking pathetic this is. You know what? We'll bring. I'll stretch that so we can add the other retard in the chat. I cannot wait. I cannot wait till New Year's. It's gonna be a fun stream. Nikki said, obese people can't even imagine their own lives enough to not be obese, so their opinions on some things are pretty discardable. Fair. Not on politics.
Sense.
Well, by your hypothetical, it seems to mean that like anyone who's ever like committed any kind of crime or anything, like what changes the fact about whether or not they they're
A
doing
legal
it,
system is different. A legal question with a law is different than the question of if someone embraces some sort of ideology. If I truly think that I'm fighting for democracy, like, for example, let's say I'm really for Citizens United. I think that's a democratic thing. And then I talk to you and you're like, Rob, my man, you delusional fat bastard. Citizens United, that's a mess. That's anti-democratic. That doesn't mean I was a fascist when I was pushing because I thought it was a more democratic thing. It doesn't make it fascist at all.
So you apply this standard just like all across the board then, right? Does that means like the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is sitting there in his head
usually
and he genuinely believes that actually, no, the people don't want elections. They love me.
Oh, he thinks he knows what I'm talking about. He thinks he knows. Oh, man. Oh, man. Frank, you got some competition for the biggest fucking loser. Oh, man.
Is sitting there in his head and he genuinely believes that actually, no, the people don't want elections. They love me. They would fucking hate it if we had elections. He's no longer authoritarian?
Well, the question would be that specific. Okay, because that by definition is saying if the question is authoritarian is not allowing democratic voices and you said.
I don't know, bro. That's the whole fucking point. You losers just fucking say it. Just like racism and transphobic. I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah, you guys fucking deal with that shit.
Definition is saying if the question is authoritarian,
well, you're definitely not a fascist.
Is not allowing democratic voices, and you say I don't think the voices want a voice, so I won't give them a voice. That seems to be a little different. What I'm talking about specifically is saying I think that I'm adequately representing the democratic process because I think people's votes were misread or were cheated, etc. And so we want to take time to look into that. The other
well, you could start by saying why and say, oh, he's fat.
The other side said, no, we don't. Do you think it's if corruption can be anti-democratic and authoritarian, do you think the fact that Democrats are fighting so hard to avoid voter rolls to be turned over means that they're authoritarian?
I'm pretty sure that if you just happen to spend 6 years accidentally, all the accidents happen in the same direction. That's interesting.
Correct.
You just happen to.
Projection. All the accidents just happen in the same direction. I agree with you there.
Accidentally be stumbling into only ever accepting election results when you win, then yeah, you probably just don't really have that much care for the democratic system.
Again, your opinion of that? I'm telling you, Democrats
It's
did
not
the same
just-
thing. This is what it is, right? It's like this thing.
Now again, look, we are shifting his body, specifically talking to the audience.
See this with leftists all the time, right? They're really pissed off about the way you talk. They'll get pissed because Trump says something that they actually do. Oh my gosh, Trump said lock her up. So we went after him with every lawfare we could. But it's okay when we did it. But Trump suggesting it and then not doing it's bad.
Projection. Oh man. Hey, and shout out to Wicked Dream signing up as a member. Welcome to being a disciple, and of course a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. So, very, very much, sir. Where does that leave us? 73 out of 250 for the week. 3 out of 15, and what did I just do? 68 out of 75 for the night. Shout out to Wicked Dream. Thank you, sir. And of course, now you get the after party good shit. It's a fucking go. Yeah, I would say so. Hey, we got our boy Glowing Dog. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Yeah, you're not gonna get my ideology in one little thing. I'm an enigma, so either stick around and find out, or don't.
Lawfare we could, but it's okay.
I will drop this. Get this before we dive back in. Nikki said, I like when they read Obama and Clinton quotes to university students and tell them it was a Trump quote. Let them get all mad and then tell them who really said it. Oh! It's just so juicy. It's so lowbrow. But it just scratches an itch, doesn't it? Oh, man. Shout out again to our boy Wicked. Let's go.
Trump said lock her up. So we went after him with every lawfare we could. But it's okay when we did it. But Trump suggesting it and then not doing it's bad. Same thing here. So what he's saying is like, well, Trump pissed and moaned and said, oh, this sucks, but nothing happened and they abdicated.
He didn't just piss and moan.
Meanwhile, let me finish real quick. Meanwhile, Democrats weaponized the FBI. The gold standard for political scandals in this country is Watergate.
Okay, give me a name. Who do you think is a good debater?
Two bumbling fools going through a hotel of an opponent. This dude is supporting the Democrats weaponizing the entirety of the FBI, illegally getting FISA warrants, the most powerful intel agent in the world, to hamper Trump's administration. And we're like, but as long as they said the magic words, I concede, well, then it's okay. Then it's not anti-democratic. It's absurd. The results matter. And what I'm saying is the reason this matters is because you're picking. Have you ever used a different definition of the term fascism?
Of course. That's the name of the game. Semantic obfuscation. Twisting the usage of meaning of words so that you have a leg up in your political position.
Probably.
Do you think if I was to call you right now a cultural Marxist, that would be fascist?
Would it make you a fascist to call me a cultural Marxist?
Would it be fascist?
Again, answering a question with a question.
That would be fascist?
Would it make you a fascist to call me a cultural Marxist?
Would it be fascist rhetoric for me to call you that?
Maybe lean a little bit, but...
What about that rhetoric? Can you explain what that is that would make it fascist?
It depends, because for one, cultural Marxism is referring to a real thing with regards to the Frankfurt School, but then on the other side, it often overlaps with the neo-Nazi conspiracy theory about cultural Bolshevism. So I probably have a few more questions about what you mean by cultural Marxism before I made any determination.
So what you're saying is the terms that you use don't really have a clear definition. Okay.
We got November 16th, 2019, Lonerbox.
He came with the receipts. He came with the receipts. Oh, this is not going to be good. This is not going to be good for Lonerbox. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How are we doing? And another live from this small titty bitch. You a small titty bitch and you fucking know it. And so do all of us. I was going to say all of we, but grammar. All right, welcome. Let's back in.
Before I made any determination.
We got November 16th, 2019, Lonerbox tweets out. You literally joined a party that
Why are you talking about me from 2019? Like, go on. I was retarded in 2019.
wasn't
just so
my
you know, yeah.
question. So you're consistent. Yes.
Oh, fuck, I missed that. Because I mean, like, yes, ask any of the ladies. I definitely am. But, you know, I mean, I love small. The older they get, the smaller titties is. Let's have a little conversation. Let's have a little conversation. Because titties are an enigma. Titties are individualistic and very important to know the differences. As we were younger, obviously, as teenagers, don't be fucking weird. Obviously, when we were teenagers, we were interested. And big titties were better. But we get old, and gravity doesn't help. So the older they are, the better it is to have small titties. The other part of, people are, I'm an ass man, or I'm a tit man, or whatever. You can get by with small titties even when you're, younger, meaning like 20s, 30s, 40s. You can get away with small titties. If you got a flat pancake ass, I don't care. I can't do it. Okay, well, we'll get back into that. All right, that was my PSA. Small titty. Who said it? I just saw it. All titties matter, and small titties matter. You don't need to have small titties if you're older. If you don't have kids, it's the breastfeeding that gives you the tube boob. Is that? What do you guys think of that? Because I do feel like there is either way. I mean, I haven't really seen IRL titties over the age of 35. I've seen them online, but at that age, they're all fake. We're going to do some research into that. 420 TV said there's basically nobody on the Mala Griff that's actually good at debate. Andrew Wilson is one of the worst. Oh, yeah. Didn't you say Constantine Kissin? Okay, bro. Okay. If you're if you're listening to Constantine Kissin and Nick Fuentes and think that Andrew and Rob are not good at debate, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a Christian, so I hate all their Christian shit. But motherfuckers know what they're doing. And before any round GPT nonsense starts, note that Lonerbox also has his phone up. I wasn't. On both sides, I wasn't really suspecting them, but fair enough. Yeah, you gotta have something. Bingo.
Dilly dilly.
On both counts. Well said. Picks or it didn't happen. That's what I was thinking. But I don't know. Yeah, he's the best. Who else was the what was that? Kathy Newman. So what you're saying is let's dive back in.
We got November 16th, 2019. Lonerbox tweets out, "You literally joined a party."
Why are you talking about me from 2019? Like, go on. I was retarded. In
Wasn't
2019,
my question. So you're consistent. Yes.
Got him.
Your tweet was, "You joined a party that bolsters fascist conspiracy theories." In the first paragraph, it's free speech policy. This is from UKIP. And you highlight specifically the term cultural Marxism in their platform as a fascist conspiracy theory. You no longer believe that?
That's what people do. They, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, yeah, they look into the facts and they change their mind on things, unlike Trump on the 2020 election. But yeah.
So just to be clear, you were mistaken when you called UKIP fascist in 2019.
Yeah, of course I was, yeah.
Is Reform fascist now?
Probably not, because they don't have I've not seen any evidence that they plan to disrespect the results of an election that they lose.
You respond to someone.
It's crazy how he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it coming. Like, he's just fucking going further and further and further down Rob's road that he's drawn out, and just smelling the flowers, watching the fucking birds. Like, yo, you gotta lock in, because you are not doing well. Anybody who's not retarded can see it.
On 11/26/25, saying, "I shit on Reform all the time. I just think likening them to Nazis is retarded." Lol.
Yeah.
Maybe in the last 10 years didn't happen. You know how often you call someone a fascist Nazi has zero correlation on how politically useful. That's interesting. So Nigel Farage that runs UKIP in 2019, fascist conspiracy.
Okay, now this is worth the screenshot. I'll delete the other one. That was, we'll keep them both. We'll laugh at you enough. That's hilarious. Yeah, Kyla. Cracked out Kyla. She won that debate because she said more of the words. She said more words and moved more.
Conspiracy theorists. In 2025, when you're arguing with Hassan bros who actually are Marxists, you're like, "Oh my gosh, how can you call Nigel Farage's party fascist?" Now, do you see what I mean about the selective usage, right? The same party, same guy was fascist in 2019, and in 2025, not.
Rob,
it's just because you used to be retarded. That's your claim.
Well, that's a shorthand way of saying I used to know less and now I know more.
But you're saying the same thing. 2 chairs. One is cake, the other has a dick on it. Whichever one you sit on, you have to eat what is on the other. Put it to a poll. Which chair do you pick? I'm going to obscure that because I have gotten a strike for naughty words in a poll before. To sit on. All right, let me know what you think. I think he said Kyla should be a PSA for not doing drugs. Agree.
Well, that's a shorthand way of saying I used to know less and now I know more. What's wrong with that?
When did you?
Why are you just used 2 tweets from me from 6 years apart, and you're trying to make some kind of like psychological profiling about like selective usage? Like, what are we doing here?
The point is,
nope, creating a standard that you have not stuck to your own language.
Learn their lessons. And
the point is, the
on.
term is incredibly ambiguous, and you yourself have used it in ambiguous ways, which gets to the real point of this debate.
If you don't vote, you're gay. If you don't vote, you're gay, and we know that you would sit on the dick and then trade the cake away so that you could suck the dick. That is the only reason you would not vote in this poll.
Ambiguous, and you yourself have used it in ambiguous ways, which gets to the real point of this debate. Who gives a shit? Is Trump a racist? Is he an insurrectionist? Is he a fascist? These are all loaded terms that there is ambiguous meanings to that people like you use to justify violence.
Semantic obfuscation.
Can you explain why you tweeted out within 24 hours after the Butler assassination attempt? At what point should we have taken out Hitler? What were you trying to say?
Oh, Hitler. Another leftist Hitler reference.
We already had this conversation. I don't know why.
You want to talk about it? I'm happy to. You want to talk about what we
Well, I think the topic of the debate was whether or not Trump's a fascist. Right.
And the point is that the topic itself, which I'm beating you on, that he's not
the same conversation where I also did say that America is still a democracy and assassinating politicians is probably not the wise way to go.
Mike, so here's what happened. Like, imagine this happens. Where's Destiny? Is he here? This motherfucker spiraling out of control after the assassination attempt, right? So me, little me, gullible me is like, man, I'd like to talk to some lefties that, like, I don't know, don't want to kill me and the people I vote for. Wouldn't that be nice in this space? And so the guy that I always look to as the most reasonable, sensible person in that orbit is this man, who is a actually very nice guy. And you can see he's like, doesn't seem like a maniac or anything. So to see him 24 hours after an assassination attempt be like, well, what point should we take it out Hitler? I desperately wanted to
You got put one if you have not seen the Hassan who should do it thing.
use my little platform to try to get people on record saying, whoa, can we pull back the lens? Lonerbox agreed to talk to me. You remember what your explanation of me was, why you put that post?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think I said it was a joke.
No,
And also,
you said it was totally disconnected from the assassination attempt. You weren't even thinking about it. It
I don't
just so
think I said it
happened
was
within
totally disconnected. It obviously was to do with the assassination attempt. But then I think you probably recall, or maybe you don't, is that I spent that entire stream talking about the fact that if a country is still a democracy, they're actually, even with Hitler, if you were actually in the time and you didn't know everything that was going to come, it wasn't actually that clear of when would be a good time to assassinate him. I never said that he should have been assassinated during election periods or when there was still a democracy, did I?
No, but
I actually said that if you were going to kill Hitler, it would probably be to the point when it's gotten too late.
Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. I'm searching something up else real quick. But we got another Hitler reference. But yeah, I mean well, so most of you are not gay. You know, gotta take what you're gonna take. But yeah, I mean, you could get over sucking it. I don't know if you can get over dick in your ass. But I couldn't find the clip. But yeah, I was just talking about Hassan was like, you know, when we say who's gonna do it, and the crowd laughs. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. What? What have I seen? What is it that you think that I'm running with that I've seen on X? We covered the entire debate from start to finish. It's cute how they throw these arrows and like, well, maybe you did this thing, and maybe you're bad because of that. Just like, nope. I don't understand why you would want to go into, you know, you say you're not a leftist, but you go into MASTERCLASS, how to destroy a leftist. And you're angry. And you're coming in hot. I don't get, but you're not a leftist. And you love debates, but all the top tier debaters, they suck. I like Konstantin Kisin. He's a real heavyweight. I don't get it. What is it? What would you like from this? How can I make this what you hoped would happen? Yeah, that's who you're defending. Well, I agree with you there. Before 20, just tell what how can I make this exactly when you clicked and you're like, oh, I hope it's gonna be this. What does that look like? So maybe you should watch when there's people debating conservative values and then see what I say about those values. So again, am I running defense for the right, or do I agree with things that are being said? And why would you assume it's either one? Like what? I don't understand people like this. And I genuinely want to understand, but whatever. On to more important things.
No, but
I actually said that if you were going to kill Hitler, it would probably be to the point when it's gotten too late. But that would probably be after the Enabling Act, when he's already completely seized power.
Now you could listen to the bullshit explanation, and you might.
Did I say that? Did I say that, or do you just not remember?
I don't remember the specific things you said, but it's
so you do
on
remember.
that. I remember many
You don't remember exactly what I said to you?
specific
tweets,
things
yeah.
you said. I can't recall if you said verbatim what you just said. I know that you hemmed and hawed, but I want you to be honest. What do you think the average reading of your post would have been to a person?
Well, by a MAGA person, they probably think I'm trying to incite violence against
Okay,
them.
what about a lefty that hates Trump?
A lefty that hates Trump.
Probably the same thing.
They'd probably said,
maybe.
"Oh,
But then I
Lonerbox
would
is
probably
smart,
hope they
dude."
wouldn't watch my stream.
And he's like, someone tried to kill Trump. Maybe. What point should we have taken out Hitler? Now, the fact that you want to hem and haw because you realize you look like an asshole, right? And be like, oh, no, that's not what I meant. What I actually was saying, you know what that post was. It was disheartening. It really was. And I think that it's damn right shameful that so many of you on the left continue to spread this
Shame.
bullshit and ignore the fact of the
Shame.
overwhelming violence that we see. Do you think it's a coincidence that one of the bullets that killed Charlie, that was going to be used to kill Charlie Kirk, said, "Catch this,
Catch
fascist"?
this, fascist. Oh, man. Oh, man. Rob is really in trouble here.
Yeah, that's why I think the word fascist also just kind of needs repairing on all sides. I even call out leftists when they overuse the term as well.
So the only thing that
Again, sorry, you've gone on these like enormous fucking. I just
Because I'm
remembered like
good.
on the very beginning, I think maybe just after your opening statement, I wrote a note here about palingenetic nationalism and Mussolini, but we never even got there.
Okay, well, be more memorable. Sorry.
I was going to say that your definition of palingenetic nationalism, when you say Mussolini was talking about like basically destroying the nation to go back to, again, this is probably why you'd rather take an approach that looks into what people actually do rather than what they say. Mussolini's opinions and his actions changed with the wind. You were talking about corporatism and state seizure. Mussolini wasn't doing that for his entire period. One of the first things that he did when he was appointed by the king was to privatize a lot of industries and to open up free markets. He did that
And why would you think I would remember you?
for a good 2 years. And then even corporatism, which I know there's a lot of these like very, very niche underground fascists who just focus on corporatism as if that's like the most important thing about them. Corporatism in practice was basically
If you don't think economics is the most important part of fascism, then you're a fascist.
governed and dictated by big business. It didn't really make much of a difference to the way big business functioned until it was getting to the point when he wanted to invade Ethiopia. I don't know, maybe that could be a more interesting conversation. We can maybe talk about people who everyone agrees are fascist and see where we disagree on them and then see maybe where the overlaps are with them.
I just want the audience.
I definitely agree that you are not putting forth anything that meets the threshold of an interesting conversation. Thank God Rob is here with the entertainment, because otherwise, I don't know. I don't remember. Shout out to Intangible Stud. Welcome to the party. It said Lonerbox. Ha 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 ha. Agreed. Welcome to the party. Nikki said, many of the things I want are considered very left or very right, but in reality, my position is based on logic and practicality. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that you don't have to put yourself in a box and put a label on yourself and go along with whatever the other people in that label say? You can be an individual with your own. I don't know. That's rad. I mean, that sounds like fascism to me.
To know the reason that people use this term on the left, and that's the most important thing. To any
Semantic obfuscation. They want to change the meanings of words so that they can justify violence against you because you're as bad as Hitler.
You're not talking to the left. You're talking to me.
Are you people tired of the fucking left going, insurrection, fascist, this is our definition? Fuck this shit, right? You want to know why they're using these terms. That's what's going on. But I'm happy. I'm not running
crazy
from the debate. I'm just saying we could go through all this specifically. How about this? One thing that we could agree on, if we could say that this is the quintessential fascist country, what would you say is the quintessential example?
The quintessential fascist country from probably Hitler and Mussolini.
Who can't answer the question? What is a woman? Oh, nobody? Oh, hey.
Italy and
because there's some scholars that Hitler.
There are no scholars who deny Hitler was a fascist.
Bro, she is 10 times smarter than you.
Wasn't?
That's hilarious.
overwhelming majority would say that Hitler
Well,
was...
I think you're right about the majority, but everyone would agree Mussolini, right?
So
could both
Paxton
agree.
and Griffin both say Hitler was a fascist.
We both agree. By the way, Griffin says Trump's not a fascist. Okay.
Paxton does, yeah.
So here we go. Let's go through
So that's just like your opinion, man.
your notes. Why'd you put your notes up online?
Got him.
Nothing to hide.
What's that?
Nothing to hide.
Nothing to know.
Well,
Hey, shout out to Intangible Stud. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the real party. Are you? Is this another HR Death Poet or A Sister or Owl Puke or Spider Queen? Is this just another account, or is this an actual new person who is here and is enjoying what we're doing? Either way, dilly fucking dilly. Just in case, if you are new here, I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. We are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Hey, we got a newbie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and if we hit that weekly movie night goal, then Sunday is movie night. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There are no chicks with dicks, just dudes with... their opinions and their condescension. In fact, if you really want to know, which I don't really think that you do, but I will drop the link to that debate right here for you. And in your own time, at 2x speed, or whatever the fuck you want to do, you can check what I said about that and why I agreed with the things that I agreed with and the things that I disagreed with. I disagreed. It's crazy, right? Crazy how you can learn by the people putting a camera in front of their face and talking about their opinions. You can learn about those opinions. Crazy! Now I'm going to be... was that Intangible that said that? I'm going to be saying that all night. Crazy. Crazy. Shout out to fucking Parks and Rec. All right, diving back in.
Why'd you put your notes up online?
Nothing to hide.
What's that?
Nothing to hide.
Well, thank you. Here's your notes on Mussolini, right? Let's start. Here's his initial programs. Now, each of these we're going to say, does this sound more like Trump or his opponents? Number one, expansionist aims...
Condescension isn't always wrong. It's undeserved condescension. It's undeserved condescension. When you think you're better and you're not. When you are better, then own that shit, baby.
Each of these we're going to say, does this sound more like Trump or his opponents? Number one, expansionist aims around the Balkans and Mediterranean. Sound like Trump?
Do I think Trump wants to expand into the Balkans or the Mediterranean? No.
General expansionism. I'm not being an ass.
Yeah, you can just list it off. I know where you're going, so just list it off and I'll...
Well, I would like to go one by... I would say...
You want to go one by one?
I would say yes, that sounds Trumpian.
Yeah, you can just say that, yeah.
Right? That sounds like Trump.
So notice that Lonerbox doesn't want to go through this list because exactly as we were talking about with the Obama and Clinton quotes. And they go to the university students and say, isn't this such a horrible thing that Trump said? And they're like, yes, harumph. And they're like, actually, it was a Democrat. Loner knows that Rob is doing the same thing. So I don't really want to do this. I don't want you to make me look bad.
Expansionism. I'm not being an ass.
Yeah, you can just list it off. I know where you're going, so just list it off and I'll...
Well, I would like to go one by... I would say...
You want to go one by one?
I would say yes, that sounds Trumpian.
Yeah, you can just say that, yeah.
Right? That sounds like Trump. Sure. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a bullshitter. All right, number two.
Really quick, guys. I'm gonna rely on Dick because my timer on the thing just ran out, but it also doesn't let me redo, like when it runs out and you click it, then it says start a new goal, and it's not saying that. It says 0 on my end, but I'm gonna stick with Dick.
Trump, sure. I'm not going to lie.
Giving him extra time now, are you?
All right, number two. You ready for the second thing Mussolini did? Women's suffrage. Now, does Trump Every person I've met that's like repeal the 19th. By the way, show of hands, who repeal the 19th here? Now leave your hand up if you're a Trump supporter. Wow, that's weird. That doesn't sound very Trumpian, women voting.
Trumpian. Leonard had blue hair and lost the glasses. Would he be Destiny's Child? I mean, I don't know. That sounds like horror. Oh, he does have kids. God damn. I just put that together. I was just saying like, oh, it would be terrible to have to be Destiny's actual child, but he actually has kids.
Haram!
There should be some barrier to some people making fucking kids. Jeez Louise.
Wow, that's weird. That doesn't sound very Trumpian, women voting.
Do you think most Trump voters don't want women to vote?
I think that of the people that don't want women to vote, overwhelmingly it's Trump supporters.
Well, if you looked at my
I don't
notes,
think Trump's...
again, if you looked at my notes, you'd probably also, it's not even far off from where you're reading, I think, or somewhere in your notes where it's a very common trend of fascists where they do actually where they change their opinions and where they also will very frequently just betray their purists. Mussolini did that more than anyone.
Right. So it's if Trump wants women to vote fascist, if he doesn't want women to vote fascist.
Well,
right,
neither of these play into whether or not he's a fascist.
The question.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because he was married for a while, but actually, now that I think about it, I hate that I know this much about his fucking life, but I think it's from there. So we give him 5 minutes. Do we think that he has the balls to go find a life, or is going to be a little frogurt and come right back? Please pay attention to me. I don't like ideas. I'm going to talk about girls and their bodies because I don't have anything else to say. Why does Lonerbox keep calling everyone a fascist when he doesn't know what fascism is? Because that is the conversation stopper. I win because you're a fascist. That's it. That's it. I call it semantic obfuscation. Taking an actual word and changing the meaning or the usage of it to bolster a political opinion, bolster your position in a political discussion, whatever. So they call Trump a fascist because they want to say all the bad things that they can, but mean guy is not enough. So they take these other words that don't mean what they're talking about and switch it around. So, oh, well, no, he is a fascist. And Hitler was a fascist. We should have killed Hitler. So it's that brain dead. It's that brain dead. Destiny is a kid who's basically a Nazi and a griper. Not surprised. Not surprised. What? I'm going to assume you're saying he's, because I don't have a wife. So he's a man who lets other men dick down his wife? I don't know. But, yeah. 420 said, I think Lonerbox is a genocide apologist, but I really do just like fat people more. Great argument, man. Great argument. Yeah, if it's fascist, you don't even have to argue against it because it's fascist. It's fascist. Oh, they got the history books, but they do the same type of obfuscation of history itself, as you're seeing. It's fascist because he didn't want women to vote. But, you know, Hitler wanted women to vote so that you can't have a conversation with somebody who's not grounded in any principle of reality, because then it's just whatever they feel in the moment. It's not a conversation with any argument, any ideology, anything, but just what that person feels in the moment. That is what he's arguing against.
Fascist if he doesn't want women to vote fascist.
Well,
right,
neither of these play into whether or not he's a fascist.
The question is, we're looking specifically at the quintessential prototypical fascists and the actions they took to see if they match up with Trump. I think that all of us would agree here, yourself included. Don't you think that the Democrat message is Trump? He's trying to restrict the vote. If we're talking about the populist metric that we're looking at with Mussolini here, the theme that you're getting across here is that he wanted to expand the vote to everyone because part of populism is representing the people and saying they need to have a voice, et cetera, et cetera.
There you go. So we're trying to say the right does the same thing with communism. I definitely agree that there's people on the right who, I talk about the woke right, which you can check out in my brand new Substack article, which I will drop the link in the chat. But the woke right is a real fucking thing, and I don't associate with that. I understand that there was a time when woke 1.0, the woke left, was the biggest thing, the worst thing in politics. And so a lot of people coalesced together against that thing. And then that kind of faded. Definitely isn't gone. But, woke 1.0 kind of faded. And so we then were starting to look at, what eventually turned into Team America First versus Team MAGA. And, people being on either side for insincere reasons became the woke right. And it's very frustrating because you're right that wokeness used to be, oh, it's the left, they're woke, whatever. And now, because it's different, but it is happening on the right, it's fucking frustrating. That is true. Why not make your opponents look like murderous villains? Because then they might get murdered. And I don't know. Over here, we think murder is bad. Wasn't just trying to bang women who weren't his? Oh, yeah. He was trying to bang a 15-year-old. Actually, I don't know if he was trying to bang her or if he was just trying to get nudes from her, but he's a pedo. Tangible Stud said, according to Lonerbox's ideology, I'm a fascist for watching the Indian Jesus. Bingo. Exactly. Trump's a fascist for these things. Obama's a fascist for those things. Clinton's a fascist for those things. And everybody's a fascist. So what does that mean when you say somebody is a fascist if it doesn't hold any meaning behind it? No. So the way that this is my personal thing about how I describe the woke right, and I think it's the best definition, but other people are going to use it different. It's a newer term. And so before it gets solidified into what it actually means, there's going to be people who use it differently. And so on the left, we would just talk about the positions of the woke left, that they think a woman can have a penis, they think that the wage gap still exists, things like that. On the right, it's slightly different. And so if you go back to the framework of and this is still simplified, but if you have the framework of Team America First versus Team MAGA, it is not woke to either be Team MAGA or to be Team America First. What's the wokeness on the right comes in with the reasoning. If you're just Team MAGA because you're with Trump and that's it, that's wokeness to me. If you're just Team America First because you don't like Trump anymore, that's woke to me. That's the woke right. If you're on Team America First because, just any other reason than I genuinely believe in these ideals, then it's woke. Yeah, exactly. Collectivism. Bingo. On point. And Wilson shares Father Time. He asks, what are you talking about? I think it's the first time we've had this many stupid people in your chat at once. Yeah, no. Thank God race realism is grounded in IQ, statistics, and psychometrics. Yeah, I think there's definitely a way to over indulge in the tenets of race realism, but to say that there's no difference overall between races is just stupid. That doesn't mean you have to think one is better than the other, but there are real differences. All right, let's back in.
Mussolini here. The theme that you're getting across here is that he wanted to expand the vote to everyone because part of populism is representing the people and saying they need to have a voice, et cetera, et cetera. Trump said to be restricting the vote. So how can you square that circle?
It's the opposite. It's the opposite.
This is what true populism looks like. The Democrats are the party that want to remove restrictions on voting.
Again, neither of our definitions talk about restrictions on voting as being one of the pillars of fascism.
The problem is our definitions
We know
use
that-
terms like paleogenetic and ultranationalist and authoritarianism. So we're like, what are examples of things that would be that?
I didn't even notice he was back. Oh, what a Frogurt.
Genetic and ultranationalist.
For those who are new, Frogurt is my the word that I use in place of the F slur, not because I think we shouldn't be using it, but TOS. So Frogurt. Put two and two together.
Pillars of fascism.
The problem is our definitions
We know
use
that-
terms like paleogenetic and ultranationalist and authoritarianism. So we're like, what are examples of things that would be that? And you're like, oh, well, Mussolini did all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, so let's look at what Mussolini did to make him authoritarian. So we look, it's like he allowed women to vote. And I'm like, oh, okay, that would be an example of authoritarian. And he'll just run and say, no, he could have done that or not done that, but he is an authoritarian. Well, what's your proof he's an authoritarian? Well, the things he did. But we just went through the things we did and see that that's not like Trump. Yeah, but you could either do X or the opposite of X, and that makes you an You see the circular logic here?
Well, the question is more about what they wanted. We know, again, if you look at my notes, Mussolini compromised a lot with the current establishment that he was in because he just wasn't as popular as someone like Hitler was.
I think that
And-
it is reasonable.
Oh, mention of Hitler. That's empty. But getting rid of the fruit fly, so I'm not using the can itself. Those fucking fruit flies, dude. If you don't set up traps immediately, they fucking breed. I don't know if it was because I leave cans here all the time, but I think it's because my freezer has been leaking, and so I've been using a shit ton of paper towels to just clean it, and then I throw it in. I just throw it in the garbage where the food goes, and I think, crazy. Fucking fruit flies. Frozen yogurt is good, but it is bad to be a Frogurt. Very simple, very, very simple. What happened to TCBY? Yeah, man. My sister used to work at a Haagen-Dazs. I don't even know if I can think of no, that's not true. There's an ice cream place right around here. It's actually supposed to be pretty good, but very true. All right, been back
Lot
again.
with the current establishment that he was in because he just wasn't as popular as someone like Hitler was.
I think that
And
it is reasonable.
He had to be appointed by the king. He had to respect the fact that the traditions around him as well, and the
And that means Trump is a fascist because
society around him. Again, we both know, and I don't even know why I pretend to disagree with this. Mussolini, when he got his way, didn't have to prove himself in front of an electorate.
Okay, but when he got his way, was he doing things like next? 8-hour workday and worker participation in the technical management of industry. Does Trump sound like a guy that's like, we need to limit the workday to 8 hours? Or does he sound like a guy's like, fuck it, business, work them to death. We don't give a shit.
fuck yeah, free market, baby.
Which one? Now, this is once Mussolini's in power, so he doesn't have to worry about the electorate. Was he doing things like pushing an 8-hour workday?
It matters which phase of power he's in as well.
Okay, let's say phase, we want to go with 7.
Well, I was asking you because I'm asking you because it's your claim. Like, which period?
It's your notes. When you wrote that, what period were you talking about?
So when we're talking about Mussolini,
Yet again, not an answer to the question. What are you guys saying here? Still talking about frozen yogurt, eh? Those Frogurts, they stay on your mind. 420 said, as someone who tends to favor free trade, Trump's economic policy leans more in a fascist direction than I'd like. His willingness to purchase stake in American companies is right authoritarian. Fair enough. Yeah, I definitely am not some as fuck. What does Bryce Shapp say? Trump mushroom gobbler. Definitely not one of those. I mean, I definitely have plenty of issues. I used to have my MAGA hat sitting on top of the speaker here, and then after the Epstein stuff with that Bibi Netanyahu press conference and Pam Bondi and all that, I was like, fuck this guy. Now, that doesn't mean I regret my vote or I think that Kamala Harris would be a better president. But, nobody's perfect, especially politicians. Tangible said, Trump's a fascist because destiny said so. That's pretty much the argument. All right. Just saying, 9/11, we're fascist. Argument 1. Yay!
When you wrote that, what period were you talking about?
So when we're talking about Mussolini and his his expansion of the 8 hour or his economic policy, Mussolini's economic policy changed all the way throughout his rule. Again, if there's somewhere in those notes as well. There's somewhere in those notes as well. As far as
Wait, better or worse than Cold Stone?
changed all the way throughout his rule. Again, if there's somewhere in those notes as well. There's somewhere in those notes as well. As far as what fascists say and what they do and what they stick to, economics is probably like the main sphere where they change all the fucking time. Like, because again, economics and the ideal economic structure of society is not really something that fascists seem to give that much of a shit about. It seems to be that they'll do what works. They're pragmatic. That's why economic policy is not really like a part of a key definition of fascism that you would get from Paxton or
but the economic policy would go with the idea of ultranationalism, which you need to win. And ultranationalists mean it's the nation above all. So they wouldn't look at private business and say, well, we don't really care about you. They'd say, no, you as an individual or you as a private businessman have to work for the good of the state. That's why they put these massive regulations. It's not just that you're like, well, my definition doesn't talk about economics. Yeah, it does when it's talking about ultranationalism. That's what it's referencing. Last thing, I promise.
Well, to be fair, Paxton does not say that you need to have a particular economic policy to be a fascist.
I'm talking about ultranationalism, which he does say you need. Last thing.
But he doesn't. Again.
Got him. And so again, systematic. There should never be a question of whether Trump is a fascist or not. Again, you can say he's bad. You can say he's mean. You can say all of these different things. But fascist ain't it.
Do you think he contradicted himself? I'm sorry.
Do I think that Paxton contradicts himself? No, I think that Paxton's outlining his version of what, we'll get to what he means by ultranationalism. And I'm saying things like economic
policy.
You disagree. Do you think that Paxton would say that Mussolini's economic policies were leaning into ultranationalism?
I don't know what you mean by leaning into ultranationalism.
Were they ultranationalistic policies?
It depends on which ones. His economic policies changed constantly.
The massive regulation of industry.
The regulation of industry when he was preparing for war?
Sure.
Bro, just pick a version of what you are thinking and answer the question.
And even outside the scope of it before that.
It's not. So when he was massively regulating industry, especially when it came to war, because he was nationalizing, this is when he kind of moved a little bit away from the corporatist side. That was when he was planning to invade Ethiopia. So
just to be clear, when you said...
The policy itself is not inherently the ultranationalist part. The ultranationalist part is why he's doing it. He was doing it so that he could invade another country and expand his territory.
No. That's not.
It's the expansionism. Like no. There's a reason no one thinks about economic policy when they think about fascism.
That's outrageous.
There's the same thing with the definitions as well.
Didn't you bring up economics when you're talking about fascism earlier? No. Check out that goal, guys. Let's get Morty some treats. Morty needs treats. Look, he's so fucking depressed. Get him a little treat. 99 cents counts, guys. Every dono gets a treat for the Overlord.
Expand his territory.
No. That's not.
It's the expansionism. Like no. There's a reason no one thinks about economic policy when they think about fascism.
That's outrageous.
There's the same thing with the definitions.
That's
as well.
outrageous, right? Because now what you're trying to do is shoehorn in. No. Ultranationalism is only a
missed the meme, bro.
Subset of the real problem, which is expansionism.
The expansionism is.
Can you be an ultranationalist without expansionism?
You completely misunderstood what I said.
I think if I had to choose just on entertainment value, I would go with Destiny. Like, I'm sure Lonerbox is a nice enough dude or whatever, but this is he's not if not for Rob, I wouldn't have covered this. So unfortunately, I have to go with Destiny. And just while we're talking about Destiny, after he said that all conservatives should die and was sexting a 15-year-old, we said we're not going to cover him at all unless it's like an important thing. And I do want to cover the Dinesh debate from DebateCon. So we will be doing that. I'm just letting you know. If you want to skip that stream, that is totally fine. We don't like Destiny. We don't support that. But shit happens, right? I'm missing some of these. Lonerbox was excited when we bombed Iran. He likes fascism when it helps the Jews. That's another aspect of the woke right. I mean, it's definitely the left as well, but I'm specifically talking about when you were asking about the woke right being just because the Jews. That's kind of woke in my mind. I'm not saying that Israel is great or our relationship is what it should be. We're talking about the Jew. You know what I mean?
The expansionism is
can you
the
be
part
an
of the
ultranationalist without expansionism?
You completely misunderstood what I said.
Yet again, didn't. Oh, is he?
Can you be an ultranationalist without expansionism?
There you go. Pin him down.
It's possible, but you'd probably need
When
to.
you write,
Maybe, I don't know. Like, it depends on like the vibes, bro.
quote from your notes, both birth of fascism in 1919, coined the term fascismo, applied to the movement. Fascistae de, man, I'm a redneck. Combattimento, yeah? Roughly meaning fraternities of combat. And then you put immediately after that, so you're like, in 1919, here's how it started. Then you put initial programs called for. Initial, not after he was in power and then decided to move up the war machine. So last one. Here's what you write. Partial expropriation of all kinds of wealth through progressive tax, seizure of church properties, and confiscation of 85% of war profits. Trump ever suggested progressive tax? Which party does that?
That's why that's frustrating. Because in terms of ability to engage in the conversation and move a conversation along, Destiny is good at that stuff. It's frustrating to not be one of these people who like, oh, I hate what he does, so now I can pretend that I don't appreciate anything about him. Right? Yeah. And so some people are usually like, oh, the blue-haired Frogert, whatever. But like when people got shit to say, then, people got shit to say. 420 said, honestly, I want to know how the Destiny court case plays out. Somehow that guy has worked his way out of this. I would not be surprised. I don't even really know what the court stuff is. Once it was confirmed that he was sexting a 15-year-old, I was out.
Percent of war profits. Trump ever suggested progressive tax? Which party does that?
I don't know how long you spend in this debate looking at different economic policies and saying, oh, well, it doesn't look like Trump would have done that, so how could he possibly be a fascist? I've never said, and neither does Paxton say, that there's a particular economic policy that you need to have to be a fascist. That's just
okay, so then what is a fascist?
I'm saying, you're right.
That's just a lie.
In fact, you're right. If you want to appeal to Paxton, Paxton also says, even if you meet all of the criteria that Paxton talks about, that still doesn't necessarily make you a fascist.
I don't know where he says that.
Admitted,
I don't know where he says that.
You admitted, you're like, well, I'm just kind of applying and using it in my own way, Paxton. Now he goes back to Paxton when all of a sudden the authority matters.
I'm not applying it and using it. I'm not saying using it just in my, I'm not changing the essence of what he said.
Look, this is what people want to do that use this whole like words are fluid and we could do whatever. They'll be like, oh, I have this author, I have this definition. Why wouldn't we go to the people that were fascist and say, well, what was the shit they were doing? If that's the shit we don't like and we're like, that guy's a fascist, we'd say, okay, what did he do? Bingo.
So that's how you get around the semantics. Yeah, it does look like it. What the fuck? Okay, let's get now. Yeah, I don't know what happened. What was I just saying? Oh, yeah. The semantic aspect of this is, well, you need to do this, that, and that, but it could be this way, it could be that way. It's not clear. And so then Rob is taking the other avenue again, focusing on the audience, not as if he's going to convince Lonerbox of anything, but he's telling us watching what we should be concerned about is, okay, if fascists are bad, and we know that Mussolini and whoever are fascists, what did they do that was bad? And let's see if Trump is doing those same things. That's the only relevance of whether or not Trump is a fascist. If you're just going to make everything be fascism, then it doesn't matter if somebody's a fascist or not. Don't forget, guys, we are $7 away from the goal. $7 away from the goal. I think I need some push-ups.
If that's the shit we don't like and we're like, that guy's a fascist, we'd say, okay, what did he do? And when half of the...
Oh, yeah, I looked this up. So, let's see. I asked Greg... has it been confirmed that he was sexting with a 15-year-old? No, it's not been confirmed that was sexting with a 15-year-old. There are two main sets of related claims that sometimes get mixed together. Older chat logs, leaked chat logs from in his early mid-20s shown discussing a fan who identified herself as 15. In the logs, he said she sent him pictures and wanted to meet and hook up. And it was so hard to say no. shared a bikini swimsuit photo with friends, and made a joke about potentially getting arrested. He's publicly addressed these logs multiple times over the years. He's acknowledged that receiving non-nude pictures describing them as beach and swimwear or similar, not nudes, that the person said she was 15 in the context of talking about jailbait risks in gaming and gaming and esports fan communities at the time. He's denied any actual sexual activity. Blah 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 blah. So then we have a different one where someone with the name of Rose, he shared some non-consensual nudies, making her 17. Jesus Christ. So either way, PDF shit. Court documents show that this is heavily disputed. He stated the person presented as a college student, claiming to be 19, and that he believed her. Discovery and depositions indicate the account was controlled by an adult male who catfished Spinell. Uses and rogues his identity and the civil case itself centered on the alleged non-consent sharing of adult video with streamer Pixie, not underage activity. Rose's age has been argued by the plaintiff as relevant in some filings and contested by the defense. So it's not specifically confirmed, but either way you slice it, he's doing weird shit and talking about it in a weird way. So apparently, because it's not official yet, but hey, both him and the Tates are going to court. What are you guys saying here? Boner box. 427. The cult of MAGA makes me think Trump would be a fascist if his party would let him. Possibly. But over here, we're all so principled that ain't happening. Yep, I saw that too. I don't think that's going to go well. I think he's much stronger as a pundit. Like, whether you like him or dislike him, I think he is stronger at whatever he's trying to do with his show. He's got a not captive audience, but he's got a consistent, trusting audience. You become the president and nobody can trust shit. Shout out to Exodriller. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. I've been walking my goldfish recently. My dog Goldfish likes to go on walks. Got him. There you go. All right, let's dive back in.
Shit we don't like, and we're like, that guy's a fascist, we'd say, okay, what did he do? And when half of the things that your own words say that he did were more in line with the Democratic Party than Trump, I think it's reasonable to say, like, geez, it seems like you're only selectively applying this shit.
Well, when we look at, selectively applying, you're just using Mussolini, but Mussolini did a lot of those things that Hitler didn't do. So you're saying Hitler wasn't a fascist?
I'm saying that it's a clear case with Mussolini. And if we see things...
You don't got to worry about Israel with him. You got to worry about Qatar.
Case with Hitler as well. I don't know why you keep saying there's some ambiguity. There's no ambiguity with Paxton. There's no ambiguity with Griffin. Is your definition?
Well, because...
Where's the ambiguity that Hitler was a fascist?
Well,
remember when Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 people at a leftist riot, and one was a pedo felon, and one was a woman abusing felon? What are the chances? I mean, crazy. I don't know. The leftists, they're like the nice people, and they have empathy. So, like, they must have just been bad eggs. Just a bad egg. Lies. Yep. But hey, engagement works for me. We got the chat rate up to 7. Let's go.
There's no ambiguity with Paxton. There's no ambiguity with Griffin. Is your definition?
Well, because...
Where's the ambiguity that Hitler...
Join the Discord, figure out what we want to debate, and we'll make it happen.
Hitler was a fascist.
Well, because the idea of palygenetic, right? What was the palygenetic impulse of Hitler?
No, what you're doing is you're doing this thing that I've seen other people do this as well, is where they insist that fascism, basically, because Mussolini was the one who used that term and coined it and called himself a fascist, Hitler called himself a National Socialist, and therefore
Hitler!
We just have to look at Mussolini's program. We have to look at the doctrine of fascism, which he had ghostwritten for him in 1932, which again is quite vague given the circumstances. But again, there is a reason, and people and fascist parties who exist today, there are some in America who try to do this, where they say, we're just adhering to the true fascism, which is Mussolini's doctrine from 1932, and they actually don't like Trump for that reason. But they don't. There's a reason you guys don't. There's a reason you guys don't know who the fuck those people are, and Mussolini would have laughed in their faces as well. That's
Burn. What?
They don't understand how fascism worked. Mussolini used to very frequently say that he himself was the definition of fascism, and his followers understood that. They understood that fascism, when it came to policy or when it came to what kind of direction they wanted to go into, it always had to involve raising some kind of like popular mass energy. And Mussolini adapted all the way throughout, and as did other fascists like Hitler, they adapted as well. That's why Hitler, when he was running, he ping-ponged back and forth constantly.
We gonna get drunk. We gonna get drunk with all this Hitler talk. Oh, do we have a new member? Shout out to ZX Crack joining the Discord. I'm going to assume that is 420 with all the mutuals. Welcome to the real party. Yeah, if you want to debate something, join the Discord. Let's chat about it, and we'll make it happen.
When he was running, he ping-ponged back and forth constantly between his attitudes on big business. Most people, again, Marxists are like idiots for this as well, because they'll say that fascists are just like the vanguard of capitalists. But capitalists, some of them liked Hitler, a lot of them, most of them tolerated him, but he was at odds with them as well. And this is why you like going to any economic policy to say whether or not this is the true fascism doesn't make any sense. In Mussolini's doctrine of fascism, he says in the first paragraph, fascism exists a movement responding to and in space and time.
That's why we're drinking every time he brings it up.
So obviously, economic policies, or like which tax policy makes the most sense in a particular area, is not going to define what would be a fascist 100 years later. It's like saying,
if you're gonna say both of these nuts, I hate you.
define what would be a fascist 100 years later. It's like saying, I can be a liberal today because I think that there should be universal suffrage, but only for men. No, ideologies adapt and they change over time. We're talking about what's the essential quality.
It's just pay to play these days. Like, they don't fail people. Like, you just go, you do the thing, you get attendance, and you get the degree.
Convenient. And so once more, we could see the X or the opposite of X, depending on if we want to call someone a fascist, would apply, because we could read their intent and know that their words, et cetera, et cetera. So they're always a fascist no matter what they do. And the proof is they're a fascist because of the things they do. When you say, well, you're just saying that Mussolini.
That's a crazy statement not to be like, that's not what I said, or I disagree with that. What was it? That they're fascists. Let's go back.
The opposite of X, depending.
Right, so we can see X or the opposite.
If we want to call someone a fascist, would apply, because we could read their intent and know that their words, et cetera, et cetera. So they're always a fascist no matter what they do. And the proof is they're a fascist because of the things they do.
So we decide that they are a fascist. And then we look at what they do and we figure out, how can we twist this into some version of what we can call this word so that we can hurt people.
When you say, well, you're just saying that Mussolini, it's only the things that meet, and, just because Trump doesn't do all that. What I'm telling you is there are things that Mussolini did that were in part of the important parts of his ultranationalism that are literally anti-theft.
Testing, testing. Are we back? Are we good? Holy struggle stream. Jesus fucking Christ. So if you would like to help make sure that this doesn't happen again, head over to throne.com/Lutch, TIJ, and drop a $5 so we can get a new mic and we don't have to
etc. So there
any of that shit anymore. All right. Enough of that. Enough of that. Well, let me get rid of this. All right. What are you guys saying? Did I miss anything? Word up. So yeah, join the Discord. Let me know what you want to debate, and we will do it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's why, teamwork makes the dream work. Teamwork makes the dream. It's not even, and like, so we need the mic, right? That's $600. But then this is a USB mic, so this just plugs into the USB. So I also need the adapter. So I plug the XLR mic into this, and that goes. And then I also need an arm because this won't fit in the other one. So we can struggle stream. Where you get help the cause. Nothing is nothing is well, no, that's the point. This is the cheap mic. This was like 200. This was like $200. This is the one that I've been using since I started, and like that's the one that like every once in a while it does stuff like that. Usually it goes in crazy ears. The mic I just showed is the one that all the pros use, so that doesn't happen. Unstoppable. Maverick lives in his mom's basement. Hopefully that made maybe. All right. So we got that. Yeah, like inside here. Oh, it's bad. Gojira. All right, we're back. What the fuck did I do? I didn't do anything wrong. That actually fits. That actually fits really well. All right, we good? All right, we're fucking good. Well, let's get back to it. Here we fucking go.
Particular area is not going to define what would be a fascist 100 years later. It's like saying, I can be a liberal today because I think that there should be universal suffrage, but only for men. No, ideologies adapt and they change over time. We're talking about what's the essential qualities.
How convenient. And so once more, we could see the X or the opposite of X, depending on if we want to call someone a fascist, would apply, because we could read their intent and know that their words, et cetera, et cetera. So they're always a fascist no matter what they do. And the proof is they're a fascist because of the things they do. When you say, well, you're just saying that Mussolini, it's only the things that meet, and, just because Trump doesn't do all that. What I'm telling you is there are things that Mussolini did that were in part of the important parts of his ultranationalism that are literally antithetical to Trumpism. Literally, progressive tax rate, women's suffrage, taking church property. These things are the opposite. These are things you'd be more akin to see his opponents doing. So it's not just a matter of, it's A, B, C, and D, and Trump did A, B, and D. It's Trump.
Well, Maverick used to be Maverick. Maverick used to be like a normal, just person in the chat, engaging in what we were doing. And then one day, I don't know, I must have said something that hurt his fifis, and he turned into whatever the fuck is going on now. It's been like a year. You'd think that he would get bored, but, we just get this. We give him timeouts for fun sometimes just to see if he'll come back. Like before, I gave him 5 minutes and he sat there for 5 minutes and just waited. Like a gay. Shout out to Kobe. Welcome to the party. Indeed, he is. This is the Trump is a fascist debate. Should be the last one ever because of how surgically this man got dismantled. Are we ready? Let's do it.
things are the opposite. These are things you'd be more akin to see his opponents doing. So it's not just a matter of, oh, it's A, B, C, and D, and well, Trump did A, B, and D. It's Trump did A, but the opposite of B and the opposite of C. And he's like, yeah, but that's okay because it's for the time and place, right? How do you define ultranationalism?
No, it's that. Well,
which is
just to be
important
clear,
in here.
it's not.
And so he's just going to, again, going off on all this. How do you define ultranationalism? Well, let me talk about something else. How about you just answer the fucking question?
A, B, and C. So you gave it away yourself. You said part of his ultranationalism, which means obviously there are some ultranationalists in different situations and in different times of history and with different nations with different histories and values that would do slightly different things.
So define it.
Ultranational, again, I put like national rebirth, but I guess it's kind of similar to the.
Oh, so Trump wants a national rebirth?
When people talk about the idea that the nation is constantly undermined, humiliated, under attack from enemies both within and without, and there needs to be some kind of strong man who's going to come in and take that nation and give it the
You mean like Hitler?
rebirth either from within and from against the rest of the world. That's usually where and that's like a very front and center of their ideology. That particular kind of nationalism is what goes into fascism.
You said particularly, like, maybe I'm putting a word in your mouth. See if you agree with this. It's like they'll use the idea that we've been like embarrassed on the national stage, right? Like things like that.
It's more of like an obsessive callback to national humiliation.
Humiliation, that was
national
the term.
decline.
All right.
So, well, first of all, just to be clear, just maybe we can.
Treaty of Versailles? I've never heard of that. What is that? Well, said, like 420 said, I tend to believe that Trump would be a fascist leader if it was achievable, but that doesn't mean he's doing fascism or acting like one. Do fascists tend to wave gay pride flags? Well, I mean, apparently Mussolini was just get them all in the tent, and then we can kill them afterwards. So I don't know. Maybe that's the most fascist thing he's ever done. You wouldn't even know.
Agree on people who everyone agrees were fascists. For Hitler, it was
Hitler. Dilly.
But just maybe we can agree on people who everyone agrees were fascists. For Hitler, it was he didn't win an election on anti-Semitism. He won an election on Versailles and anti-communism. So the communists, that was part of his nationalism. They were part of nationalism for most fascists, is that they thought that the nation was under threat from these foreign subversives like the Russian-backed communists, and also that the Treaty of Versailles and the international community was embarrassing us and taking a piece out of us, and we're going to fight back.
Who's us? Is he talking as the Germans? Actually, said the way I define ultranationalism is state above all else, including God, people, rights, tradition, everything. I like it. I'll watch some with you, Nikki. What's good? Actually, pretty fascist. Night of the Long Knives. I don't know what that means. I'll assume you guys are talking to yourselves. Die, then back in.
That the Treaty of Versailles and the international community was embarrassing us and taking a piece out of us, and we're going to fight back. Mussolini, it was with the mutilated victory. They thought they didn't get what they deserved.
So let me ask you a question. Let's pretend that all these fine people go and get like some beer or something. It's me and you smoking a cigarette. I'm an asthmatic, so I'd be like, and I say, hey man, are you kind of embarrassed for Trump on the world stage? He's kind of humiliating the country, isn't he? What do you think?
What? Would I say that's true about Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Fascist.
Got him! So, yes, Colby, we were drinking every time. Well, I mean, I don't know how much Rob is going to bring up Hitler, but yeah, Lonerbox has done it a number of times. But we gotta back that up, because that was destruction.
He's kind of humiliating the country, isn't he?
So we're two guys just smoking a cigarette. Oh man, Trump, just embarrassing on the world stage.
What do you think?
What? Would I say that's true about Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Fascist.
Got him.
You want to return to a time before Trump, right? And you think there's calls to how he's humiliating us both inside the country and outside.
Yeah.
That sounds very fascist, man. Again, I don't know.
This is probably the fifth time where you've taken one.
Well, I would be careful about believing anything.
Pillar. But
how does that not mean? Are you populist?
You've taken. Am I? No, I'm not populist.
Okay.
No.
What? So you don't believe?
He said, I assume this is in relation to what Exadriller said about ultranationalism, the state above all else. And he said that's communism. Nationalism doesn't need to exclude other things. It just means those things are part of the identity of the nation. Like how England used to have a common religion. I thought they still do. I thought the Church of England was still a thing, no? I don't know. I don't know. You guys work it out.
How does that not mean? Are you populist?
You've taken. Am I a No, I'm not populist.
Okay,
no.
what? So you don't believe in like the idea that we need to like massively support the electorate and the individual voices? The parties you vote
That's
for.
not populism. That's just believing in democracy.
Define populism.
Populism is a fundamental idea that there is the people, which is the authentic expression of whatever population that they're in, and there is the establishment, the impure,
the establishment,
the people
so
who
what
are.
party do you vote for in Scotland?
Labour.
They populist?
No.
They don't believe that there are the people and then there are corrupt vanguards?
Not when they talk about the authentic expression of the people and that there's a corrupt establishment that they're fighting. No, Labour
Yes,
doesn't talk like that.
they
No, they don't talk like that, do they?
Yes, they
They
absolutely
don't.
do.
The corrupt establishment is
They
the
talk
Labour
all
Party
the time
talking
about money influencing politics and big money and all of these interests. And they talk about people like Nigel Farage or Rupert Lowe and how they're putting all of these special interests in that's subverting the will of the people. Yes,
Okay,
that's
so
how they talk.
I know that it's not. I'm trying to be polite when it's like a European talking to Americans. Americans don't know fucking anything about Europe. Like, no.
And you don't know fucking shit about America. And what are we debating? The president of which country? Scotland? England? Europa? Battle World? America.
Oh, Labour does not talk
Well, I
like that.
guess
front
it's
and center.
mutual, right? Yeah.
Labor spends the
Got 'em.
entire time trying to convince everyone that they're pro-business because they specifically want to fight that idea that they're like.
No,
people
well,
think it's
wait.
seen as
There's
populist
that
right.
idea. Where did that idea come from?
I don't know.
that they
What have Labour
populist?
done when it comes to have they gone after the ultra rich? Have they done like tax rises on? Have they raised income tax or corporation tax or anything like that? They haven't.
It depends. Populism basically comes from the idea.
So, Dick, I wonder if it would be, or let's put it this way, it would be helpful if somebody saw exactly how many dollars away from the goal we actually are.
We're going to do a tax on big
Griffin
farms, and then
says
they
this-
walked it back.
I think my author's better than yours.
Or glow.
Griffin says in the same book that populism's a term for forces, even if they're led by a small cadre or vanguards, in practice or in principle, and not merely for show, depend on people power as the basis of their legitimacy. Now, do you
Sounds pretty populist to me.
think that the modern left, whether it be the Democrats in the United States or Greens or Labor Party, if we see in United Kingdom, do you think that they talk about power to the people and the people having power? The fact that you want to argue that's like, nah, that's not the case. They're not talking about the will of the people, blah, blah, blah.
Well, just to stop
It's
you, I
nonsense.
do believe the Greens and like Bernie Sanders. I do believe they're populist.
Greens? Shout out. That video didn't get anywhere. But Team Green or Team Black? I was Team Green. Sorry. I was Team Black, but I think Aegon might got me Team Green. I don't know. What you guys think? King Charles, Nikki says, has declared himself a defender of all faiths. This is a betrayal of his code of ethics and his supposed divine right to rule. They're failing apart. Was that the Family Guy thing? That was an early Family Guy episode, right? So he said it's funny that Bush Jr. never got this level of scrutiny. Well, his dad was the leader of CIA, and his vice was Halliburton. Well, that is a direct, that's a direct comment on the way that the political landscape has changed. You guys have seen the video of John McCain defending Obama, right? He was on some talk show. I don't remember what it was. Some daytime talk show. And some lady was like, Obama is a dirty Muslim, and he was like, whoa. We are both Americans. Obama's a good man. And that was what politics was. If you remember, the Republicans specifically, but people in general, when Trump started, his whole thing was, or not his whole thing, but everybody's like, oh, he's not presidential. He's not acting presidential. That's gone. That's gone. It's all just establishmentarianism, you fascists! socialist. I'll vote for the left if they want to let me work 28 hours a week, though. Yeah, but you ain't getting to choose what work you're doing. All right, diving back in.
Will of the people, blah blah blah.
Well, just to stop
It's
you, I
nonsense.
do believe the Greens and like Bernie Sanders. I do believe.
Whoa, 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 whoa. $6 for the stream goal. We are a little further away from the weekly goal. So the weekly goal is out of 250. 1 point for $1 in the regular stream, double points in the after party. The stream goal is either 15 donations of any amount or a total of $75, which gets Morty an extra treat and triggers me to do puny man push-ups. You don't. Yeah, you do. It's right there, and it hasn't changed in like a year.
They're not talking about the will of the people, blah blah blah.
Well, just to stop
It's
you, I
nonsense.
do believe the Greens and like Bernie Sanders. I do believe they're populist, but they're definitely, but they're not like, but they're not authoritarian and they're not ultranationalist. Would you
They're
say that? Would you say they are? But we're doing it's sixth time now that you're taking one pillar and saying, "Oh, that sounds like fascist." No, it's 3 pillars.
Again, what we're talking about specifically is you've already demonstrated based on your rhetoric that you're ultranationalist because you said you're humiliated by Trump and want to go back to a time before Trump. That's ultranationalist.
I don't.
That sounds not just ultranationalist, but he's a fascist, according to his own definition.
Humiliated by Trump and want to go back to a time before Trump. That's ultranationalist.
I don't think that.
Now
that's
the
like
next question is,
front and
are you
center of my
populist?
ideology.
And you're like, no. I also have this unique definition of populist that's like some bullshit, you know.
Of course you do. More semantic obfuscation.
The truth is,
Wait, what do you
we
mean
can
some
see
bullshit. You said populism is just when people think that the I think the people should be represented.
I read.
You just
I
described
just
populism.
read a direct quote from the author that I get my definition of fascism from.
He said that populism is what? Just believing that
A
the
term for
masses should have
political
power?
forces which, even if led by elite cadres or self-appointed vanguards, in practice or in principle, and not merely for show, depend on people power as the basis of their legitimacy. So it says that they're depending on the will of the people and that we're here for your voice against the elites, etc. And that's where they get their legitimacy. This is why, for example, it jives with my definition, why Mussolini's like expanding the vote.
Dick. What is 75 minus whatever number's on the screen? That tells you how much is needed.
Right? Because his whole point is like, we want as many people. I'm here for you, all of your people. It's your voice that matters. More people should be able to vote, etc. Now, this is what every modern political movement does. They talk about needing to be the voice of the people and the power coming from the people because there's these elites. The left, he says the elites are like big money or they're, the Jews or, stuff like that, right? So both parties do this. Both sides do this. Again, populism is just a term. It's the same with authoritarianism. You've already acknowledged that your rhetoric's ultra-nationalist because you're talking about... Now, do you see this
I have
stupidity?
not said my rhetoric is ultra-nationalist. to be
Why?
clear.
Didn't you say that Trump's a national humility? Don't you want to reform to a time before
Mhm.
Trump?
Because saying that is not...
Because that's not fascist, because he's the fascist. So I just don't want the fascist to fascist. So if we don't fascist, then you're not a fascist. But if you're Hitler or Trump, then you're a fascist.
the same as having it as like an obsessive first, like a frontal piece of your advocacy. Do you think me saying that, like, oh yeah, Trump kind of makes America look kind of stupid when he tells Syria to go and take charge of security in Lebanon? Yeah, that's kind of retarded. That's the same as like Hitler talking about the stab in the back, or Mussolini talking about the mutilated victory, or Trump the way he talks about MAGA. It's literally in the slogan, "Make America Great Again." We don't know exactly which time he's talking about. We have to guess.
I think that your rhetoric is clearly would fall in line with fascist rhetoric by your definition, and the party.
Well, even if you're pushing that.
That's all it boils down to. And it takes someone like Rob being willing to go down these avenues and be pedantic and semantic about these things to show there's no there. You may as well say that he's a dog. You may as well say that he's a cup. What is a cup? Well, in politics, it means that you're not saying anything. Some intangible semantics. I'll give you that. Definitely can't touch or feel those, but can't understand either. Shiza.
Fascist rhetoric by your definition, and the party.
Well, even if you're pushing that, you're saying it would be ultra nationalist rather not fascist. But
listen, I think that it would be ultra nationalist.
Well, just in case anybody didn't know, there is a banner of words constantly rolling beneath me, and many other streamers. It's there for a reason.
I think that, though, you would totally support the party in this country that puts that as their front and forward message. What are the Democrats?
Oh yeah, you like Hitler more than Trump? I respectfully disagree.
Totally support the party in this country that puts that as their front and forward message. What are the Democrats running on in 2028? Orange man bad. Oh, he's humiliated. What'd your boy
Or to put it in Anna Kasparian's way, Trump bad.
Destiny just saying the Dinesh, he led off with this. The rest of the world, our allies are ashamed, and oh my goodness. So yes, it is a central pillar of the modern Democratic Party to say Trump is horrible. He's humiliated us in the country and out, and we need to go back to a time before Trump. That's ultranationalist by your definition.
Again,
I don't think so. I
got him.
don't think that qualifies.
This is the seventh time again when you're talking about Democrat. You said that's ultranationalist just for Democrats to say again. Trump. They're saying what like Trump has failed the country. But then you realize that when Democrats do that, they would also say Trump is disrespecting the institutions. He doesn't respect elections, and then they would start to go into things that are neither populist, are not populist, and they're not authoritarian.
Right. What Trump does is he says, here's reasons that we think that the country's been going the wrong direction. We don't think our allies have been paying their fair share. We think the elites in this country don't represent the will of the workers or the manufacturer. Same shit. It's just
And so see how far deep down into where Rob wants to be that we actually are. If Lonerbox had his way, we'd be arguing the specifics of January 6th. We'd be talking about the grab him by the pussy. We'd be talking about Iran. We'd be talking about Ukraine. We'd be talking about all these things. But Rob has done a good enough job of sidestepping all of the bullshit and not getting caught in the weeds and just staying up here and showing, like, it doesn't matter. Like, sure, there was mistakes made, but up here, from the beginning, from the jump, you're not saying anything. You're not saying anything. That was crazy.
like when our side does it, it's okay. They mean well, so it's okay. Ultranationalism, by the way, Paxton gets the idea from Moreau. Here's Moreau, what he says about it. He says, he propagated that nationalism is a substitute religion, culminating.
Sounds way more like the woke left than anything on the right. As much as I have my issues with Christianity, I'd rather you be dogmatic with Christianity than dogmatic with fucking leftism. Please don't do that.
In a mystical cult of the earth and the dead that made absolute demands of the individual. Integral nationalism cast off all ethical ballast, obligating and totally subordinating the individual to one value alone, the nation. My country, right or wrong, you are nothing. Your people are everything. You are the kinds of moral commands to which integral nationalism binds to the faithful. In other words, it would be saying you are nothing. Your business.
So again, look how, I have my issues with people in general who are reading things that the audience can't see and they read faster, but whatever. So he reads this whole thing and it's like, what you, okay, you're saying that immediately puts the phone down, turns to the audience. Look at that freeze frame. And breaks it down. This is how you do this. This is how you do this.
Your people are everything. You are the kinds of moral commands to which integral nationalism binds to the faithful. In other words,
and so that sounds kind of weird, but like, what exactly? Well, let me tell you, says Rob.
Words, it would be saying you are nothing. Your business is nothing. Your church is nothing. Your family is nothing. You are just a member of the state. Things that we would likely see if Trump did that would be demanding compulsory military service. Is that what Trump's done? Not even close. In fact, if anything, you could say, if we're talking about lip service, because if you can't just go with rhetoric and you have to go with the actual policies, Trump's such an evil fascist authoritarian, he can't even get the SAVE Act passed because his own damn party won't support legislation that 90% of us support. So it has to be like, well, it's the way he talks. Okay, well, Trump talks about religion. Trump talks about family. Trump has never once suggested that you have to have some sort of compulsory service to the country. So this idea...
Maybe you should, but he hasn't said that.
Again, this is where Paxton's getting the idea. Your author is getting the idea of ultranationalism. It is a religion. Can you show me any examples of Trump doing these sorts of things, like demanding compulsory service or saying that the nation comes before your God or comes before your family? Can you show me one time?
Again, this is...
Of course not. Because why do progressives think nationalism is bad if it's American, British, or German, but it's never an issue when it's China, Japan, India, or the entire Middle East? No principles, just positions. Because when they're talking about those things, it is advantageous to their position to like the things that they like and hate the things that they hate. There is no underpinning. There is no underpinning. That's what people like me are trying to expose here. But Rob's doing the damn thing. There is no there. There's nothing to talk about because you're just saying things.
Going back to why, when I was using Paxton's definition, I said national rebirth. That's why I was talking about a form of political behavior, because this is actually from where he goes into the chapter on definitions. He said it's a form of political behavior entailing, obsession with community decline, humiliation, or victimhood, and then alongside to be remedied by cults of unity, energy, and purity. So I don't know why you... I don't know why you need to...
He's getting this idea of sort of ultranationalism, or what they talk here is about integral nationalism. It's the same sort of concept. And in fact, Paxton calls Moreau like basically the first fascist, correct?
Yes.
Right. That's the idea. That's what ultranationalism is. That's what his author says, the original fascist. This is what he said.
But my author
the
also
form of
says,
nationalism that would require being a fascist.
Just to remind you, my author also says that you don't go to just like what the first person said to say that's what this thing is.
But that's going and... Oh, the irony in that statement. He's appealing to an author saying, well, you shouldn't always do the first thing, but appealing directly and fully to that notion. Did that make sense? Like, this is so retarded. I'm having trouble articulating.
Because what he said.
But my author also says...
So he's saying my author, meaning who I'm appealing to, my author...
Nationalism that would require being a fascist.
Just to remind you, my author also says that you don't go to just like what the first person said to say that's what this thing is.
But that's what you're doing with his work. Stupid. That's exactly what you're doing in this moment.
But it's clearly the quintessential.
He also says, again, maybe you should have just read the whole book, I guess. But like, yeah, when he goes to the near the end, when he's talking about the definition of especially with nationalisms, yeah, like the way that different people express nationalism are, yeah, of course they're different because nations are different. They have different histories. They have different values. That's why when these neo-fascist movements run around wearing swastikas in America, they're actually not doing what, the fascists were not trying to be exotic with their language. They were trying to speak to the emotions and to the history of the people in their country.
Again,
so
pretty much every modern political movement does this. The give back the land.
I don't think anyone does it to the point that one of their supporters, like Dinesh, is literally saying that, like, oh yeah, yeah, sometimes he lies, but it triggers the right emotion that I like it. And
so that just means that Dinesh is stupid, not that Trump is a fascist.
That actually is a theme that comes up constantly throughout Paxton's book, because that's what Hitler and Mussolini did as well.
I think it would be a much easier prompt to debate from the left that Trump supporters are fascists. I think there's enough people who are ostensibly what we're calling the woke right that you could make that argument. I don't agree with it. But that seems like you could point to more examples of people being crazy in whatever way and attribute that to fascism. Like saying that the man, and over and over and over. This has been debated over and over and over and over.
About triggering the emotion,
Not
regardless of whether or not
anymore.
what you were saying was true or not.
The same
And then that's
outcome.
why Trump has convinced you when it came to that thing with China that they had actually, there was some truth in him saying that different countries were going to make their own ballots and send them to the United States to cast them. Your response was, well, maybe we'll find out that that's
We
true
may
later.
find out that's true.
Well,
the point is, the point of that story,
that's it working on you, Rob. That's a lie
That-
from 6.5 years ago, just fooling you.
no, here's what happens.
The evidence
right?
they
What
had
they
was that
do is
someone downloaded
this story-
voter information that was
these
public.
people. So let's go through this for a second, right? He said, "Oh, all they did, it was like one guy did this." These were the same people that were running around with their hair on fucking fire because Russians spent $500,000 on Facebook and Pokemon Go ads. Holy shit!
I mean, I certainly wouldn't look at myself or most of the people here as extreme, but some, right? And if you're making that argument, then you have a lot more to point at and be like, that's fucking fascist. And there are a lot of people in the base who want to go that direction. Now, again, I think that Rob would still win that debate, but I think it would be an easier thing to point at than Trump being a fascist.
And we had to stop the whole country. We need the largest investigation in history from the FBI to go after the Trump team. I know some of you out there were like, I'm just.
I like you, and I don't be mad at me. Can you don't talk to me?
You are the Frogurt of the year! Oh, you did it! Extremely intangible. There you go. I would say an unenthusiastic yes. I happily and confidently voted for him in 24. I'm very upset with a lot of things that he's doing, but I'm also appreciative of a lot of things that he's doing, which is, I think, what a normal person is supposed to think. But yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the base, then I would say yes, but I'm not that side of the base. I'm the Team America First, like, I'm not really sure, what you're doing, fucking yelling at him for lying about Epstein, all of that. But that's also a big part of his base. Nikki said Japan committed unimaginable atrocities in the modern age. If you want to go back further, the Islamic conquest and the expansion of Genghis Khan were less than a picnic for the natives. True.
He's trying to catch a Gyarados or a Pikachu, No, victim of Russian propaganda. That's what was going on. Holy cow, it was the worst. And now our FBI was all in, the media every day. Then this story, what happens is they focus on one little detail, right?
I fucking hate this question. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right. So I like to preface this by saying I used to be a drug addict, okay? There's a lot of shame that comes with living that life. But in 2015, that man came down the golden escalator, and I didn't know shit about jack. So I was like, let me do the smart thing, and I'll watch MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News, and then I'll get all the information, and they'll tell me what's really good. So I was a Bernie bro in 2015, 2016, and then of course they pushed him aside. And despite being a drug addict for a decent period of my life, the most shameful thing I ever did was let the mainstream media convince me that the world would end if Trump won. And I cast a vote for Hillary fucking Clinton. Because of that, I sat out in 2020. I was like, clearly I don't know enough about shit about, what I need to know about. And then, over time, I realized, it was Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Like, not a real choice. And then it wasn't that. It was Kamala. So in no way do I regret my vote. But it's politics. You don't get everything you want. So that's my voting history. Going to my argument is that to put Trump and even Putin in the same conversation as Hitler and Mussolini is giving Trump and Putin too much credit. They don't belong in the same conversation as those people. You need to phrase this in. I think unless you're saying that Trump and Putin aren't as badass as Hitler and Mussolini, then you should be saying it the other way around. Your argument that putting Hitler and Mussolini in the same conversation as Trump as Putin is giving Trump and Putin too much, or giving Hitler, or putting too much on Trump and Putin. Because when you say this, it sounds like, like Hitler and Mussolini, they were up here, but like Trump and Putin, they're just down here. Am I right about what you're trying to say? Because this sounds like the exact opposite. There's a lot of us. Too many. Indeed, they did. But you only make that mistake once. Once! Never again. And what is Aleppo? Not the word, not nearly. I mean, there's nothing there that is as bad as Clinton, but All right, we got. My thing is showing 45 seconds left before we go to the after party. But get that last dono in, $7
every day. Then this story, what happens is they focus on one little detail. Right? Oh, Trump said ballots, but there weren't ballots. And what they ignore is our FBI had intel that China was doing exactly what this country had to stop for in 2016, interfering in our election systems. And our intel agencies were covering it up because they thought that it helped Trump. Now, does that sound like democracy? Does that sound like giving the people? And he doesn't care. Lonerbox doesn't give a shit at all. He's like, whatever, that ballot stuff, that's bullshit. That's all the bad. Any word on our intel agencies intentionally covering up foreign interference into our life? You got any word to say about the democratic nature of that? You going to condemn that?
Well, the fact that you're wrong. The U.S. intel report from 2021.
Got him.
Not only they reiterated that Russia had authorized the campaign to support Trump's reelection, obviously, they also mentioned that China was taking what they called low-level exploratory steps to denigrate Trump. And then they also said that Iran was launching a campaign to undercut him. That all happened in a Democrat, in a Biden-era U.S. intelligence report from 2021.
Yeah, that's right. So what happened was, see, clever obfuscation
Trump,
here.
They're hiding this. It's actually existed in the report since like 2020.
And so again, really quick, it's I don't know why the timing is different, but this is telling me the goal is over. But I will let you guys go by whatever clock is over there. Time's running out.
The lead up of the 2020 election, right? They hid the intel from the administration because they thought that they would use that intel and say, look, China's trying to interfere to help Biden, and that would help Trump in the election. Now, they had no problem spreading the intel that Russia's trying to interfere to help Trump, and Biden using that. And so what he's saying is that's okay that they covered it up because after the election and our side won, well, then they admitted, and by the way, China was trying to interfere. I'm sorry, that doesn't cut the mustard. If this was the
cut the mustard. Ooh, I like that phrase.
Opposite. And imagine how this debate's going if Trump did what the Obama administration did. Imagine in 2020, he came out and said, okay, I concede, I lost, right? And then he says, now we're going to write a phony baloney. We're going to pay a foreign asset to come up with some opposition research saying that China, worked and colluded with the Biden administration in order to steal the election. And we're going to get FISA warrants and we're going to slow drip this for the next 4 years. And Fox News and Breitbart and all these places every day are going to be shouting at President Biden, who's going to be eating chocolate chip ice cream or some shit, oh yeah, China did this, China did. He'd be like, I have never seen such authoritarianism, weaponizing our FBI to get illegal warrants based on your own opposition research. But when it's the Democrats, yeah, but at least Hillary said I concede. That's literally the argument.
That's the whole argument. But she said the words are different. All right, guys, the timer has run down. So if you are new here, yes, we are going to members only, but only the chat is going to members only, so you can watch even if you can watch for free. Now, we are going to kill the Twitch stream. So in either way, if you are not a member, you can still hit up Rumble and you can chat there. It's not going to be on the screen or anything, but hey, I'll read it out and whatever. Or, of course, become a member or hit those super chats. So first, let's get rid of Twitch. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Twitch, we will see you next time. Peace. Twitch is gone. And I'll give you guys another 5 seconds. If you're not ready, sign up as a member. Head on over to Rumble. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and we are in the members only after party. Let's fucking go. Intangible, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. As you can see, the stream is still going. So even if you're not a member, then hang out. And like I said, Rumble is still going if you want to chat over there. But it's time for the after party. Shout out to all of the disciples. Let's party on.
Democrats, yeah, but at least Hillary said I concede. That's literally the argument. Never forget what Russiagate was them taking Hillary, who had colluded, her team, which had colluded with Russia, to accuse Trump of doing the same. And so instead of investigating Hillary, who actually did get misinformation from Russians and actually did use it to influence our elections, they investigated Trump, who, what a shame. The results found that he didn't. Oh, well, too late. 4 years of ruining his administration. Again, he wants to waffle back and forth between, like, what's the rhetoric that matters to? Well, this rhetoric doesn't meet the standard of being fascist or ultranationalist, etc.
It only does when I say it does.
And it's more about the actions that you're taking specifically. But don't look at the actions, too, because the actions could be the opposite of X. I remind you, your own author says that I could be an authoritarian, populist, ultranationalist, or whatever, and still not be a fascist. All of this is just selective cope by you. You haven't argued that Trump's not paleogenetic, which means that you should prefer my definition from Roger Griffin, who specifically says, here is the minimum. You must be paleogenetic, you must be populist, and you must be ultranationalist.
That's still crazy that Lonerbox is appealing to some guy who said there's no minimum. There's these three pillars of fascism, and if you do them to any level, then you're a fascist. Okay. Sorry, Frankie. Sorry, Francis. You got. But hey, Rumble's still rolling. We know you're still watching.
Here is the minimum. You must be paleogenetic, you must be populist, and you must be ultranationalist. And Trump is not two of the three.
First of all, my author just doesn't say that. That's also why when he's exploring different European groups that he thinks have elements of fascism, he usually takes things that they have in common. So people like Le Pen, when they are obviously very populist and when they are very obsessed with the idea of national decline, and then their big focus is immigration, because obviously the outgroups is a big part of it. But then he says, well, it doesn't seem like they've shown any indication that they want to subvert elections. Or when he talks about other dictators, like say in Iran, he gives a more on the fence position, because obviously Ruhollah Khomeini was very populist, and he was obviously massively authoritarian. But when it came to his nationalism, it's a bit harder to pigeonhole it, because for Islamic nationalists, like the Ummah is the nation, like all of Islam is the nation. So that's like where he maybe has his own different kind. And also the theocracy is a slightly different thing from how he understands fascism.
And they're coming for you. The Slims are really the jihadis, the Islamists, not necessarily Muslims as a whole, but they're coming for you.
But that's why I'm doing it by examples. That's probably why you probably can't think of anyone who has those pillars that I mentioned, that I derived quite easily from that book, which is that they don't.
Hey, big up 420 TV over on Rumble, sticking around. Welcome. What is good?
Trust the democratic process, i.e. authoritarian, or they don't respect it, and then that they believe in some kind of national revival of a humiliated nation at the hands of of an in-group and of a hostile in-group and a hostile international community, and that they're populist. I don't think there's any regime that he's spoken about.
That's
doesn't
because you
qualify.
define those specific terms in specific ways. Well, populist only means
Mhm.
this hyper-specific thing. Again, I'm reading from direct
I'm not being
authors.
hyper-specific.
Let me
You are being hyper specific. You're saying it must fit this specific definition, and it does fit this specific definition based on things that I am making up in my own fucking mind.
I'm just qualifying. I'm just qualifying it to set
reading-
it apart from. I think people should vote.
I'm reading
So-
from exact authors that are seeking to identify what fascism is and what their definition of populism is. He's like, nah, I'm just qualifying with some things. Notice how when he wants to qualify and not give a real definition, he's just putting qualifiers. It's okay to look at the actions that specific countries have taken. But when I look at the actions that Mussolini specifically took, he goes, that's not important. Sometimes he'll do X, sometimes he'll do the opposite of X. So when it suits him, he says, we point to these examples and show that that's an example of populism, right? We don't really have a clear-cut definition of what populism is, but here's some examples of things that we would see. When I'm reading an actual definition, he's like, no, we should just ignore that. Same with the question of ultranationalism or the type of nationalism that he's talking about. Let me ask you this. If I call, if you support Medicare for all, are you a communist?
No,
Okay. Why
Holy
not?
shit.
Isn't that a communist
I
policy?
just realized where this is going. Fuck.
Oh, now it's about time. It's about time you realize that he's running fucking game. He's been ahead of the entire conversation the entire fucking time. Oh, wait, I realize that you have a plan here.
A communist
I
policy?
just realized where this is going. Fuck. That is it's a policy that communists do, but that's not what a communist society or someone who's like a communist would just say that it's like is enough. So no.
And so let's say I did 4 other policies that were like big social policies. Would that be enough to make me a communist?
That would make you a social democrat.
Gotcha. So it would be more about my ideas behind it, my ideology, correct? So I could support those same 4 policies and actually be a communist if my ideology was be a communist, right?
Yeah, but the difference is that communists are a lot more honest about what they seem to want when it comes to economic policy. They're just
I mean, these days they are. These days they are. Because Jesus Christ. These days they are because the DSA is fucking going to the moon. But that's always been their thing. And I don't know what to tell you.
honest about everything else, but they're honest when it
Can
comes
we agree
to
we hate the
that they-
commies? Can we both agree with that?
Yeah,
Yes.
but they
Thanks.
are very, very honest about what they want when it comes to the economy. They'll say that they are
One
believe in,
smart thing you've said
Marxism and-
today. Good.
Amazing.
Yeah. Is Trump an ideologue?
It's from an ideologue.
I like this question. I want to put it to a poll. Is Trump an ideologue? And don't look it up. I don't have a great definition. I just want to go based on vibes for a minute. Answer the poll based on vibes, and then we'll look it up. Spoken once about the TikTok ban. It was on Speakeasy. God, I remember that. TikTok for the fucking win. That is one thing I will get you all to understand. That TikTok is unquestionably the best social media platform. Full stop. Period. Everything that you hate about TikTok comes from you seeing the worst parts of TikTok, which also exist on other platforms. But you have this thing in your mind because, oh, it's Chinese or, oh, it's little girls dancing, when that's not what it is unless you go seeking out little girls dancing, in which case, stay off of TikTok. But TikTok is the best. Oh, we didn't switch the banner. So let's go to the after party banner. We are at 73 points out of 250. And remember, guys, double points for donos in the after party. Let's go. So far, we're at 50-50. 420. What do you think? Trump is an ideologue. Well, I should. Oh, yeah, I get it. Words. Is Trump an ideologue? Yes or no? We are 50-50. I'm curious because I want to. I want to see what the vibes are. I want to see what he says, and then I want to see how, like, an official definition. Get your votes in.
Okay, good.
Amazing.
Yeah. Is Trump an ideologue?
It's from an ideologue. Not really. Like, kind of, but his ideology is, again, it's very nebulous. This is, do you want to go to the notes again? Or?
What's
So before they move on, when I hear an ideologue, that says to me, all right, so with 420's vote, then no wins. He's not an ideologue. When I hear someone being an ideologue, he's definitely a populist. Not sure if that's also an ideologue. I have the definition here, but I think that usually tends to mean somebody is focused on. I don't have a great definition. I have it here. We'll look at it. But the vibes is usually this person is focused on their one issue. That's the way that I think of that word. But the actual definition, an ideologue, is a person who strongly, rigidly, and unbendedly follows a specific set of political, social, or philosophical beliefs. Yeah. That ain't him. That ain't Trump. Now, I do think that he has ideology. I do think that he has ideas and principles that he wants to put forth. But we've seen them change. We've seen them change in front of our eyes. Remember No New Wars? Remember the Epstein files? So clearly, not an ideologue. 427 with a poli-sci degree. He's not. Fair enough. Fair enough. Nikki says, you know, a funny question to ask a Palestinian? What does Palestine mean in Arabic? Oh, the word doesn't exist in Arabic. How interesting. 420 said, not quite. Not necessarily a one-issue voter, but they're usually well-versed and committed to one side. So, you know, I kind of got it. All right. So he said no, right?
Ideology is, again, it's very
he said not really,
nebulous.
but I think it's a pretty strong no.
This is, do you want to go to the notes again? Or?
What's fascism? Is it an ideology?
I've described it as a political behavior.
So you just, fascism is an ideology, and he just admitted to you, Trump's not really an ideologue. It's nebulous. Just like that.
Got him.
Well,
here's
here's the
did
truth.
did Griffin say that fascism?
Hickey says an ideologue is a person who claims a man is a woman and adheres to that stance in the face of overwhelming contrary evidence. Oh, so just being dogmatic. You know, like Christians and their God.
It's not ideologically nebulous. And I also said this in my opening statement as well.
Griffin outlined
that
specifically.
Fascism, more than any other movement, is one that has basically functioned without much of a solid party program.
I think most lefties actually say that Trump's a demagogue more than an ideologue, correct?
So I like it. I know that demagogue is generally like meant to be like a straw man type thing where it's like, oh, you act. I don't know. What even fucking word are we talking about? Demagogue. Demagogue in Hindi. Demagogue is a political leader who wins power and support by using emotion, fear, lies, and prejudice instead of good logic or honest facts. I think you could definitely make the argument. Yeah, I'll say there's aspects of demagoguery with Trump. Fair enough. No, I just had to get my dig in there. Rockefeller was definitely an ideologue. 420 said more of a cult leader. He just wants attention and money. Agreed. And fear for sure is demagoguery.
I think most lefties actually say that Trump's a demagogue more than an ideologue, correct?
How is a demagogue more than an ideologue?
Ideologue, like for example,
are they really? As we just did that, is he about to give us definition for both?
To our great esteemed
What's consistent with Trump? With Trump respecting an election result when he loses?
Trump comes out and he's like, "Hey man, we should get rid of bump stocks." Remember that happened in the first term? And his audience was like, "What the fuck? What is this guy talking about? Get rid of bump stocks?" So then, like 3 days later, Trump's like, "Never mind." Now, is there anyone that voted for Trump that thinks like, ideologically, Trump's a staunch Second Amendment? They'd be like, "No, he's not really an ideologue." Trump's sort of a guy that's like, a delegate. He's listening to his base. He's listening to other people. He brings people in the room that disagree with each other. He likes to sit in like a big chair and be like, yeah, we're going to compromise. We're going to do this. This isn't an ideologue. He's not taking actions because he's ultra nationalist, because he's like the state above all.
He's taking the actions because it makes him feel good. But what makes him feel good is doing the right thing for the country. Now, those things don't align, but I do genuinely believe that his legacy is a very important thing to him, and that he wants to do well for America as president so that his legacy is intact. Now, whether that means that he cares about me so much. No, he's a fucking politician. He's a fucking politician, the president of the goddamn country. He don't give a fuck about you. He doesn't know you exist. But the point is, it's not about anything other than that. And he said it's not about anything than what he says. Now, what he says sometimes changes, but you gotta do what you gotta do. 420 said this is the best. This isn't the best example, in my opinion. Bump stocks are a gun modification or a gun ban. Well, I think that's the point. That he flip flopped on that, and so to say that he's an ideologue on the Second Amendment doesn't fit. I think that was his point. And just a reminder, guys, every Sunday morning, if you go to church, as soon as you're out of church, or maybe right before, depending on when you go to church, you will have a free Substack article that has a bunch of stuff that, I just didn't get to throughout the week, things that didn't, things that I had something to say, but, didn't really fit in a stream, videos that I saw, all of that stuff. And of course, perhaps the most important, well, maybe not, but a very important aspect, pop culture, what I'm watching. We need to have a connected pop culture thing. Politics cannot be the only thing that we all understand. Politics cannot be the only thing that we're all on board with. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, yes, let's give him a fucking brick! A fucking brick! Another 10 gifted memberships! Thank you so very, very much. The fucking sugar daddy himself. My goodness. Hey, we got Daniel. Welcome. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And that is double points. So, I hate doing math on stream because I feel like I'm gonna get it wrong. So we had 73. Whoa. 73 plus 60 points is 133 out of 250 for the week. That is our 1-0. That is 30 out of 25. And of course, as always, our sponsor, our sugar daddy, the Funk Master General. You know what that means. Oh! And bring it to you. Your attention.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mind on this door. The chaos watches with the nosy and glare. Guardian of reason and butter. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second journey of common sin.
Thank you so very, very much. That is the goal met. The after party goal is met. Beautiful,
beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Oh, he's loving it. He's fucking loving it. And yes, that is a double point. We're up to 133 out of 250. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very much carrying the goddamn channel on his back. On his back. Make sure you guys have gifting on so that you also can get a gifted membership when Funkmaster brings out his fucking cock and lays it on the table. Thank you so very much, sir. What do we got going on Rumble? 420. So going back to the example of the example of was it ideologue or demagoguery, whichever one it was. So the best example, this isn't the bump stocks is not a good example, but I think abortion would be a better example. Many people want him to sign an executive order banning it at a federal level. But how would that show that he's not an ideologue? The point is the point is him flip-flopping on something. He's never flip-flopped on abortion. So, I don't know. Thank you again so very much. That is 15 push-ups, guys. Remember, every $2 is another push-up.
Actions.
You were so close. You were so close. I was about to have to do like fucking, how many do we have before? Oh, man. But 15. I can do 15.
Yeah, we're going to compromise. We're going to do this. This isn't an ideologue. He's not taking actions because he's ultra nationalist,
Right.
Because he's like the state above all, or that he has this. If anything, he's taking actions because he wants to be personally liked. And this is, by the way, the narrative of the left puts all the time out there, right? Now we want to believe that Trump, he's always, with the left, he's always two things simultaneously. He's a buffoon, but an evil genius. He's this staunch ideological fascist. Fuck it, he's just picking and choosing as he goes. And you'll get around this by saying, well, but fascism, more than any other ideology, it could do one thing one day and one another. Yeah, but the key part, as if he's just said, is you have to have that ideology. You could do X and then do Y, and that doesn't make you a communist, even if communists like X and Y.
Shout out to Daniel Ramirez joining the Discord. Remember, guys, if you would like to build that community, you gotta build that community. I've built this and I built that. I can't make you a community by myself. So make sure that if you are talking about hanging out in Discord, do it before you're all in different spots. This is a great place to say, hey, do you want to go hang out in Discord after this?
Do X and then do Y, and that doesn't make you a communist, even if communists like X and Y. It is your thought process, your reasoning for it, your ideology. And Trump's reasoning isn't because he's some fascist that believes like staunchly in a palagenic state or populism or ultranationalism. Trump's reasoning for that's because he wants to be well respected. He wants to be a guy that's considered historic. He wants to be a guy who's actually doing things that are good for the people that he claims to represent. That's not fascism. And given that your own argument is you could actually meet every pillar of fascism and that doesn't make you a fascist, then the key distinction would be the ideology. And when you say he's not really an ideologue, it gives the game away.
Well, I would give the game away if I was ever conceding that the idea that just because you're not necessarily an ideologue means you can't be a fascist. I don't understand why you.
So then
would
what?
Put that in my mouth.
Okay, then
besides
so my understanding is that if you're going to claim that he's being fascist, then an ideologue or a demagogue would be like you would have to embody those things enough that like it goes to more, and then you can call that more fascism. Like this whole time, we've just been trying to pin down what makes him a fascist. What is it that he has done or said that's made him a fascist? And you list some things. You say, oh, so Obama and Clinton did those things, so they're fascist? And then we get a no. Huh?
What?
Sorry.
Do you mind if I promise I'll let you interrupt me next. Ready? Can you define then, if there's no minimum for what is a fascist, what is it that makes you a fascist? It would have to be the ideology,
there
right?
There can be a minimum. It depends on whether or not you describe the form of nationalism that fascists take as being an ideology.
What? This isn't complicated.
What is the minimum threshold for being a dog owner? Having a dog. Oh, sorry, I didn't leave myself big so you guys could see him. I'm gonna make sure you're seeing it. What is the minimum threshold for being called a dog owner? Owning a dog. What is the minimum threshold for being a fascist?
The form of nationalism that fascists take as being an ideology. Well, you could say it is, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, like, it's like an ideologue on the spectrum of being like the least kind of ideologue, as in like you're the least likely to have a consistent program, or you're the most likely to change your opinion on things without ever justifying it.
He doesn't even realize yet.
Like,
he smells it. He doesn't even realize yet. I put the spoon there. He's like, wait. Oh, is he going blind? Maybe, but he is definitely pleased indeed. Everybody put FMG in the fucking chat. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. My goodness. You have a good one, brother. Thank you.
consistent program, or you're the most likely to change your opinion on things without ever justifying it to anyone. Like, you're the most likely person, like Mussolini, the very first time that he offered a program of fascism, one of the clauses in it was a rejection of war and imperialism. He dropped it after a few months. No new wars. The same thing with Hitler, again, downplaying his anti-Semitism. Or
Hitler.
Constantly shifting his economic policy. Because again, with fascism, it draws its doctrine, if you want to call it that, or its semblance of an ideology or a doctrine, mostly from the cult of the leader. That's why no successful fascist regime ever has succeeded after their leader died, because of the stock that they put in their leader.
So we're going to see all the ideas that Trump has pushed. After he's out of office, nobody's going to care about those things anymore, right? What even is the argument? What even are you presenting as what makes him a fucking fascist? I don't even know what your argument is. We should have counted. I didn't count. I want to say about 7 or 8, somewhere around that. Hey, man. If the title fits or makes my argument better, facts are facts.
Regime ever has succeeded after their leader died, because of the stock that they put in their leader. And
wait, okay, do you think Trump's going to leave?
Wait, did anything I just say not make sense there? In the sense that, yeah, there's a kind of ideology, but it's also quite nebulous, and it's a lot more to do with the cult of the leader, or the story, or the emotional appeal of the masses, that this is kind of more where fascism comes from. You acknowledge that programs are not a very fascist thing to do, right? Hitler had a 20. What do you mean in general? Like,
programs? Programs are not fascist? What the fuck does that mean?
Not a very fascist thing to do. Masses, that this is kind of more where fascism comes from. You acknowledge that programs are not a very fascist thing to do, right?
Program is such a vague word. Maybe I don't fully understand the context, but like, I don't know, like what kind of program? Like a welfare program, a military program, a TV program? What are you talking about? As long as they can point it, it's gonna get pointed. No, wait, sorry.
That this is kind of more where fascism comes from. You acknowledge that programs are not a very fascist thing to do, right?
What?
Hitler had a 20. What do you mean in general? Like a party ideological program, like a doctrine. So Hitler had a program in like 1920 of 25 points. He ignored.
Hitler. Yep. We have yeah, right. What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? All right, you all done, more? Thank you so very, very much, guys, for getting in the peanut butter. I gave him a little extra because I love him too much. But don't forget, you can still add push-ups to the count.
a doctrine. So Hitler had a program in like 1920 of 25 points. He ignored pretty much all of it. Mussolini's program didn't really fully form until he was 10 years into power. And some would argue as well that I think quite convincingly that so much of what's in that program was not exactly what he was doing.
Okay, I get it. So yes, programs in general don't make you a fascist. I've outlined the 3 pillars of fascism. Okay. My point that I'm making, though.
So, quick side quest. We were talking about Canada earlier. I asked Papa Lutch, did you ever consider moving to Canada instead of the USA when you were in England? It said, briefly. Okay, well, I can't say that, but briefly. Thank the fucking fuck. I could have been a Canadian.
Is if you don't have a minimum, which your author doesn't, and you don't give what the minimum would be, and you can meet.
Yeah, bro. Don't you get it? Hitler had a program, and that makes Trump a fascist. How stupid can you be?
All of these metrics and still not be considered a fascist. What we would use to determine would be, what is your ideology? When you admit Trump's not really an ideologue, he's sort of wishy-washy, he wants to think whatever he wants. Now you're backtracking. Well, it's on a continuum, like he's low on the threshold, because you realize once more that you gave the game away. At the end of the day, the important thing to remember is this, right? You can't prove that he's an ultranationalism. I'm giving clear definitions. I'm giving clear definition of populist, which he needs to prove. I'm saying that populist basically means every candidate is populist. I'm giving you a clear definition of ultranationalism, that it's like the country above all else. He gives these nebulous definitions. He himself as an individual has changed what he means from 5 years ago to fascism to what he means today. And the most important thing is, if you're sitting here and you're watching.
I already hate it there, and I'm not there.
Right? And you're like, I don't know. Some of this is like over my head, or it's just two bloviating fools just up there talking about whatever.
No, I understood every word.
Ask yourself this: could reasonable people disagree on what the definition of fascism would be? So why is it that they want to use this term?
So remember the opening statement. We talked about the framing. We talked about driving the conversation. And so in the entire time, he's been teeing up all of these things to come back to the point that he said in his opening statement. Why specifically fascism? Why specifically fascist?
On what the definition of fascism would be. So why is it that they want to use this term? The reason is because they don't really give a shit. It's not like, oh, the horrible thing is like the war in Iran and like these expansionist policies, or his anti-regulation or this. They don't want to talk about specific policies. They want a label. Lonerbox says it in his opening statement. It's important to like nip it in the bud before it gets starting. We're not concerned about end results, etc. They're using this term because they know that it fires.
Guys, sit down. We're in the middle of a debate.
Up their base. And even in the specific community you're in, Lonerbox, we hear that the guy that's sort of the head of it has his mod saying there are school shooter vibes. I go back to the fact that within 24 hours, you said, why shouldn't we, or when should we have taken out Hitler? Do you have anything to say for the people on your side that use the rhetoric that you're espousing to justify their violent impulses against law enforcement, against people that support Donald Trump, against the White House press correspondents dinner, or against Trump or any of the people in the administration? Anything you'd like to say to them?
I want to give you a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'll probably say that given that
Q&A.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Well, given that you were in that stream with me, and there had a stream like on that particular day, and probably argued more convincingly than like any other liberal or leftist probably could.
So this is the best the left has. I say again, we should never have to have this debate ever again. He says this is he's the best guy. And what do we get? Debate is over. Trump is not a fascist, even if you don't like him. Listen again.
Well, given that you were in that stream with me, and there had a stream like on that particular day.
So apparently there's a conversation that happened before this. Okay, not relevant to the debate, but.
And probably argued more convincingly than like any other liberal or leftist probably could
Not even did, could. Not debated better than any liberal or leftist did. Better than they could. This is the absolute peak. This is the top tier argumentation for why Trump is a fascist. That's fucking pathetic.
About why you can't just say because, well, this person resembles this ideology close enough to even put them under the same label, that's not a good reason to shoot them. Then I don't know. It seems like I actually gave quite a fair measure on that.
You
said as much as well.
It's like the footnote. Here's the message that 5 million people see, but my footnote that 100 people read, I was like, oh, and don't shoot it. But you know the impression that got from that tweet.
Yep. So basically, there are absolutely legitimate academic avenues of thinking the ways that these extreme leftists think. The problem is normal people don't have the capacity to understand where the academics and the intellectual aspects of it meet the practical, real-life elements of it. And so, yes, maybe you, Lonerbox, understand that, well, technically fascism is this and this is that, and whatever. Doesn't matter. Because what you're actually saying is falling not on deaf ears, but ears looking for any excuse for violence. The fact that what you're saying is without meaning at all is almost irrelevant because of how dangerous this rhetoric is, as we have seen. Must I remind you of the multiple attempts on Donald Trump's life? Must I remind you of Charlie Kirk getting his neck blown the fuck out in a viral video?
You said as much as well.
It's like the footnote. Here's the message that 5 million people see, but my footnote that 100 people read, I was like, oh, and don't shoot him. But you know the impression that got from that tweet.
We're at the time to go into the Q&A. I want to say, folks, please join me in
Shout out to Rob.
applauding our speakers. That was
Shout out
amazing.
to Rob doing the damn thing. We'll take a piss and we'll see what's good with, hey, shout out to JS over there.
And if you want to line up in the
Terry,
center column on the
I
left
think that's
side.
Steelborn.
All right, we'll jump in with this.
All right, give me a sec. Yeah, just give me a second.
First question, Teriak, glad to have you.
Hey, shout out to the Irishman. The Irishman.
Oh, and of course, want to remind you folks, as we do want to treat the debaters with respect, it's very tough to find willing debaters that are willing to do public speaking, but it's even harder to find ones that are well-spoken and entertaining. So we
got one with Rob, but, you know, I mean, at least Lonerbox kind of knows what he thinks he's talking about.
We do appreciate them being here. It's been an awesome debate so far. I do want to ask you to respect the debaters. Go ahead, Teriak.
I would say, I do say, if you personally are not a debater and you're in a situation like this and you're going to, ask like Q&A, this type of thing, you're going to directly address the debaters. That is fair. Like, I mean, we talk all the time about how, you know, debate is not just two people talking. There's a lot more there, blah, 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 blah. And it's true. So, like, if you can get like a legitimate intellectual dunk on someone, fucking go for it. But just be like, oh, you're a fucking froger, you're a loser, you're stupid. Don't do that. Don't do that. Grow balls and go up there and debate them yourself. Know what I mean? All right. Q&A, starting with the Irish.
Yeah, so my question is for Lonerbox.
And then, folks, do want to ask if you want to have a conversation, totally okay, but please just step out of the hallway so that people aren't distracted.
Yeah, so a question for Lonerbox is, like, where do you draw the line between ultra-nationalism and nationalism? Because I'm pretty sure we could agree that nationalism would be a safe bet, but ultra-nationalism is what you don't want. So where do you draw the line there?
Why have I got long hair was the second question.
Why do I... Please tell me you guys are laughing at what I'm laughing at. I have long hair. We got the Scottish guy talking to the Irish guy, and they don't even speaking English, but they don't understand each other. Oh my God. The question was, where's the line between nationalism and ultranationalism? And Tarek is like, well, nationalism is arguably a good thing, but ultranationalism is not. So where do you draw the line? He goes, why do I have long hair?
Yeah. So, question for Lonerbox is
Question for Lauren Southern Baptist.
where do you draw the line between ultranationalism and nationalism? Because I'm pretty sure we could agree that nationalism would be a safe bet, but ultranationalism is what you don't want. So where do you draw the line there?
Why have I got long hair? Was the second question.
Where do you draw the line
I thought.
there?
Okay, yeah, I got you. Okay.
How can you not
I thought that was like
understand
a
the
weird
one
tangent.
European guy here? Like,
I thought I just heard. Oh, also, why do you have long hair? Okay, weird.
Hey, shout out to LMB. Welcome to the party. Always a pleasure to see ya. How are you doing? Dale said fascism has been around before it started. Well, yeah, I mean, like it has to exist first. You know, kind of a chicken and egg thing. It has to exist for it to have a name, right? So it can't be. Well, I guess it doesn't have to, but I'll go with what you're saying. That it was. Nikki said they don't kill you because you're a fascist. They call you a fascist so they can justify killing you.
Bingo.
Yep.
All right, it's not even that long. So, if when it comes to like giving
Where is the line? Ooh, shout out to Billy Talent. If anybody knows Billy Talent, you are cooler than everybody else.
definitions in general, I suppose, like most of the words that we know and understand, like we don't really learn them from definitions. We learn them from just getting examples. When it comes to nationalism versus like ultranationalism, or I would probably say that it comes to in the sense that nationalists can often be cooperative, for example, with the international community. Like they can have a opinion like, oh, I love France, we're the greatest country, or whatever, but also we like the EU and we like our international allies and everything else. I feel like
France
ultranationalists tend to be, they view the world in a lot more like zero-sum terms. Like the international community broadly is like the enemy, or it's like they're undermining us. So
the threshold is, you're giving me the difference between nationalism and ultranationalism, but the question was, where is the line?
like I can see a nationalist wanting to, protect their interests and things like that, or to pursue deals. But I think when you go into the territory of getting someone to calculate what your trade deficit is with 100 different countries, and then using that percentage, halving it, and then imposing a tariff on it, which has nothing to do with trade deficits, and then just saying, yeah, they're charging us, so we're going to do this. Then you're a lot more standoffish, and I think you're going more into the kind of like hostile nationalism or ultranationalism. I think ultranationalism is a little more hostile to the rest of the world.
So would you say that Trump's tariff policies would be ultranationalist and not nationalist?
They're like an example of it, like to that extent. Yeah,
That'd be ultra. So then how else would you protect your own domestic markets?
Well, he didn't protect domestic markets. There were lots of companies that had to close because of those tariffs, and the stock markets got absolutely royally fucked for.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant, because at least we can assume, or give we can assume that at the time he thought that was the right thing to do. It's not fascist or ultranationalist to be wrong.
Until he had to reset them. So yeah, you can protect markets, but again, protecting markets is different from, we have a trade deficit with all the rest of the world because we're America. We're the money where people can be whatever they want.
Goddamn right.
To be, and they make all the money in the world, and we have all of this advantage on the planet. We're upset because we don't buy as much from Mozambique as they buy from us. That's not really like.
So the line is, you literally, with these fucking people, you have to start the sentence and let them finish it. So the difference between nationalism and ultranationalism is
protecting your own trade and industry.
I'll just say this real quick, like funny how he said there, when it comes to definitions, maybe we should just look at examples. Yeah, like Mussolini, which is exactly what I did.
And
it was
Hitler,
like, all of these things are the opposite of Trump. And you're like, no, it doesn't matter because of the definition.
I'll give you the last word, Lonerbox, and then we'll go to the next question.
Yeah, examples being more than one person, which also includes Hitler and everything. And so much of what you were saying about Mussolini wouldn't apply to Hitler, who's also a fascist. But yeah.
Oh, it's empty. Hold on.
My question's for Lonerbox. You said
Shout out to J.S. Urban.
in your opening that Trump hates elections. I think that was the quote.
And I said, hey, I hope he says what I said. I hope he said, JS says what I said. One, because it'll be funny. And two, because it'll make me feel cool. Before, when he said that, I was like, I would think that Trump fucking loves elections because he's won 3 of them. Goddamn, he's won 3 of them. Black inhabitants of South Africa are not the tribal people who were there when the Boers settled. They are invaders who came long after the Boer and had settled lands. People never want to learn the whole history. They pick a point that serves their narrative and work from there. Yep. LMP said, all I'm hearing is whining. America has more money, and that's not fair. Yup. All right, let's see if he says what I said.
Lonerbox, you said in your opening that Trump hates elections. I think that was the quote.
Wait, JS or was Loner wasn't there, right? You're talking about JS?
If he hates elections so much, why do I see him pushing and fighting towards things like the SAVE Act and strengthening election integrity?
I mean, much more of a serious tone, but fucking based.
Him pushing and fighting towards things like the SAVE Act and strengthening election integrity. I don't see him saying anything about ending universal suffrage or restricting or abolishing elections. It seems that he wants us to have safe and fair elections.
Okay, so seems like, first of all, just a very broad agreement. Politicians will sometimes hide their desires.
No. Hold on a second. Are you telling me that politicians, right, will sometimes hide their desires? I mean, that changes everything. Now that I know that, people just fucking say things. Politicians are so much. Yeah, that's what politics is. Oh my God, we got our boy Gabriel, who took a debate with Steelborn on is Christianity harming America? I was like, bro, you need to practice that. Exactly. God damn it, it's empty again. That is not diluted. It is very, very sweet. But exactly. Political takia, which technically takia is already political because they, they're more of a political movement than any other religion. But spot on.
Just a very broad agreement. Politicians will sometimes hide their desires. That's just broadly, okay. But
right, okay. Everybody left.
Second of all, I'm sorry, but if you don't see, if people at this
He's
point,
just not fascist enough to get it done. You're saying.
no, he's not powerful enough to get it done. He tried to undermine an election that he lost.
Mhm.
He tried to undermine an election that he lost. He tried to.
Did he though? Did that happen?
He tried to undermine an election that he lost.
Mhm.
He tried to undermine an election that he lost. He tried to, again, anyone is welcome to tell me why the fuck Trump put a fake elector slate for New Mexico where he didn't even claim to have won the popular vote.
Because he thought there was corruption in the entire country and wanted to have challenges.
Got him.
I just
Also
threw in New
interesting-
Mexico for a laugh.
Let's go with Lonerbox here. Politicians will sometimes hide what they say. Unless Hillary says, I concede, then that absolutely means she concedes, even though she concocts a scheme to talk with Russians to get misinformation to send to the FBI to thwart 4 years of Trump's presidency. But as long as she says the magic words, I concede, good enough for Lonerbox. But if Trump says thing, that's hiding his power level. Please.
Given the original question was for you, I want to give you the last word if you want it.
What is this fucking Dragon Ball Z? He's hiding his power levels. Over 9,000.
No, that's fine.
Okay. For a lot of the time at the beginning of this debate, my question's for Rob. You spent a lot of time defending Trump's actions during the January 6th.
Hold
and the lead up to it as if-
on. This is perfect. Because the captions are covering the face. And I want... How is this going to work? I want to get some type of prediction on what this person looks like. Questioning Rob about January 6th with that voice in this debate. Give me one thing about this person that you think they look like. Something about the face. I will say there's a hat.
he believed.
Somebody give me something. Somebody give me something. Something. Looks like Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay. All right. We'll see if we run with that. Let's hear the question, and then I'll move the captions, because no nail polish, but he ain't outside the box. Doesn't look like he has blue hair. Can't tell about the piercing. But let's see.
That there was corruption, and you guys did actions during the January 6th and the lead up to it as if he believed that there was corruption, and you guys did it just then too. But what would you say to all the coterie around Donald Trump that was telling him that he lost? So Bill Barr, Bill Stipin, even his own daughter, Ivanka Trump. What information was Trump working with to believe that there was fraud, that all the other people, all the other high-ranking officials around him telling him there wasn't fraud? What was he working with other than fascistic tendencies?
The fact that, besides fascistic tendencies, the fact that there was corruption. Look at this fucking fruitcake. What do you think of? You know what? Let's be nice.
To steal the election himself.
Well, it wouldn't be fascistic tendencies. It could be the overwhelming circumstantial evidence that he saw, like when we saw like pipes break and election stop, etc. But even if I accept that we shouldn't look at that, which I don't,
Wait, evidence he saw that the other people didn't?
Well, no, because you're erroneous here. Like, for example, Bill Barr said that they looked into all this stuff. We now see that that's not the case, right? He also had people around him telling him that there were things going on, like Cindy Powell. Right. So he had people, you might not like her. That's fine. That's your right. I don't particularly like what happened with the alternate electors. My theory is there probably was shenanigans, but I think a lot of that in the debate this morning, I think this is something that Destiny's absolutely right about. Many of these policies that were voted for vote in mail by COVID were fucking supported by local Republicans. In my state, in Pennsylvania, they had what's called Act 77. Then it's sour grapes once it doesn't go your way to be like, hey, wait a minute. But Republicans supported it. And so I didn't like it. I didn't think it was fascist. I also think that it was one in a long line of, if I listen to, Destiny or whatever, talk about like definitions of insurrection, the definition of insurrection, just like fascism here,
is so wide that you can call anything an insurrection that then undercuts the value of calling January 6th an insurrection. I have not watched this. Let's see if he says exactly what I just said.
Ever talk about like definitions of insurrection, the definition of insurrection, just like fascism here, was so broad that it meets all sorts of other people. Then you can see the ideological inconsistency, because that definition of insurrection would basically, let's see if I get this right, it was two or more people gathered for a public purpose, like pushing back against a law or specific law enforcement using violence or intimidation.
Semantic obfuscation.
That's Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
That's ICE riots. Where are all the lefties when we see insurrection, hundreds of them happening here? All of a sudden, no one gives a shit.
Okay. So
we don't talk about those. We don't talk about those.
just real quick. So you might not like the programs, or you might not like the way the voting system is set up.
Right.
But again, you haven't responded to my question of like, what do you have to say about the other executive people around Donald Trump?
There were people telling them that it was stolen.
Okay, but what evidence were they working with that the other people?
Well, that's a different
denied?
question.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a
a question
different question, isn't it?
you won't be able to answer.
You acknowledge there were people, and so when you said everyone around him was saying that,
Yes,
that's
Donald
incorrect.
Trump surrounds himself with schizos, but like that doesn't.
Okay, so now first it was
So exactly. So you can't have it both ways. If he's surrounding himself with psychos, then why the fuck would he listen to them? If he's listening to psychos, then it's not really him making these decisions. I don't get it. I don't get how you twist yourself so easily into these fucking retarded points.
around him was saying that.
Yes,
That's
Donald
incorrect.
Trump surrounds himself with schizos, but like that doesn't.
Okay, so now first it was everyone around him said this. Then when I show that that's not the case, you're like, well, because he surrounds himself with schizos. Maybe he thought the people he surrounded him with saying that it wasn't stolen were schizos.
Thank you.
Got him. Got him.
Good question, though. Thanks, man.
James, do I get to speak to that one? Or-
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yes.
We're saying getting that McVeigh vibe. An insurrection would generally require a lot more armed individuals. So the most armed population in history tried to overthrow the government largely unarmed. Yep. I mean, if we undercut the usage of words, then language becomes irrelevant. And language is the only way that we can communicate. Maybe some people have figured out telekinesis and stuff like that. But for us normal folk, we need the words. And that is why. That is my whole fucking thing here, guys. My whole fucking, in case you're new, the whole thing is that I'm not a news reporter. I'm not, I do debates, but I'm not, a debater as my main thing. I mean, I'll still fucking crush any of you. But my purpose is to look at these conversations, these debates, these podcasts, these speeches, and break them down in a way that we can understand what is the language doing. In the same way that Rob is talking about how Lonerbox is using the word fascism to do a thing, make it okay to hurt those people. They use the same thing with racism. That we don't have to do, we don't have to deal with that because it's racist. We don't have to go into how or why it's racist. It's just racist, and there you go. And so being able to spot their tactics and simply have the conversation. This isn't about beating down the libs. This is about better communication between Americans. You're always going to disagree with people about shit. But for the most part, even the stupid fucking leftists, for the most part, we all generally want the world, the country at least, to be a better place. We may have vastly different ideas on how to do that and why we should or should not do certain things and what better actually means. But that is, again, precisely why we need the ability to understand what they're saying, understand what we're thinking, understand why what they're thinking is wrong, and understand how to articulate why what we think is better than what they think. Otherwise, you're just going to be screaming at people who are screaming right back, and you're going to get mad, and nothing is going to happen, and you're going to turn into somebody who just wants to virtue signal and be like, well, those people are bad, and those people are bad. Aren't they so cool? Because I can't win any debates because I'm not willing to listen to anybody, so I'm just going to call people names. You can do that if you want. Or you can be better. If you have not already subscribed, live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Oh, what the fuck happened? The video's not there. I'm getting a swirly thingy. Can you see the video? What the fuck?
I was going to say...
That was fucking weird. Okay.
Good question, though. Thanks, man.
James, do I get to speak to that one? Or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was going to say, there's nothing interesting or curious about the fact that Trump was told by the people that he hired to do the job of investigating into these issues when they told him that what he was looking for wasn't there. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. It's not like a strange thing that his private lawyers that he hired were telling him everything that he wanted to hear. That is not surprising.
Depends on what the definition of is.
And again, it's always these errors that Trump seems to make that always go in the same direction. So many of these claims that came up from 2020 don't even exist anymore. Like they just don't make them because they were shot down so hard.
I don't even know what he's referring to, but maybe the things that came up in 2020 that don't come up anymore because they were shot down were justifiably shot down. Crazy thought.
Don't even exist anymore. They just don't make them because they were shot down so hard. Now, the things that they're talking about, it wasn't just cherry picking earlier, Rob. I went through a few of the claims that he made. The China acquisition was one thing, that one actor in China downloaded publicly available voter information for 6 states. We don't know why. Also in Michigan, he tried to say that there was some canvassing operation that was registering a bunch of fake voters. But even the FBI, both Trump's FBI right in 2025 and the Democrat FBI from Biden's administration, both found that there wasn't criminal action here. They found that it was people making errors. So again, and none of the votes were cast. None of the weird vote applications were actually cast. So and in a year's time, the new claims will be completely different.
What's the counter on the goal for you guys? Just so
we'll drop these ones.
The key
Again,
thing
it
is
says
this.
done for me.
Do you really think Trump didn't think it was stolen?
I think he knew he was lying. Yeah.
Okay, I disagree. I think
Me
Trump
too.
knew
Not
he
that it
was lying.
matters, but
Let me explain.
Sorry.
If Trump knew he was lying, why the fuck would he keep bringing it up?
What?
If he knew it was a lie, okay, he won now. You don't have to keep. He still is demanding, like, I want it looked into more. If he knew he was lying, he'd say, stop looking into it. I was lying. He believes it.
So LP said one example would be cases being tossed from court due to standing issues, not that the claims were wrong. Example of what? What are we? What? What is? Well, yeah. What is this in reference to? I don't remember what I said.
He knew he was lying. He'd say, stop looking into it. I was lying. He believes it. And so the idea that this is some sort of anti-democratic fascist thing, no, he thought that the election was stolen, and he may be proven to be right at some point. In many ways, it was stolen when you see the interference that we had from the FBI.
Gotcha. You're saying the thing that, like he was saying, the things that were brought up in 2020, they don't even talk about it anymore. And it's like, yeah, because they won't even, they've been shot down. And you're saying it's not even about being shot down. It's just that they're not even going to look at it. Is that what you're saying?
Covering up interference from China, covering up the Hunter Biden laptop story that 1/3 of Democrats polled afterwards said that could have possibly changed their vote if they knew the truth of. So
he said 17, right?
That's Democrats.
1/3 of Democrats. I thought it was 17%.
That's polled afterwards said that could have possibly changed their vote if they knew the truth of. So the massive amount of censorship that our official agencies putting their thumb on the scale, which they did from 2016 to 2020, probably was enough to spin the scales, even if none of these allegations of voter fraud happened.
As I said, the debate is over. No. It doesn't matter how much you don't like him. It doesn't matter how much you think he's a racist. It doesn't matter how much you don't understand the word let is when we talk about grab him by the pussy. It does not matter. Fascist is not the right word. And ironically, the left is undercutting themselves with this semantic obfuscation. It worked for a while, but now people have caught on. They're like, we don't care about your stupid little words. What does it mean? I don't know. It just means bad.
My question is for Lonerbox. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Trump was accused by his detractors of resisting the control measures that were put in place, namely, just to name a few, restrictions on assembly, travel, compulsion to get the vaccine, furloughs. And this was the primary basis for which they claimed that he mismanaged that pandemic.
Trump bad. Trump no lockdown. Trump no be fascist. Trump bad. Trump fascist because he no be fascist.
Wouldn't any fascist worth their salt be in favor of those quote unquote power grabs?
Not necessarily, because especially when it's a pandemic.
Not necessarily. I mean, it depends on what kind of fascism we're talking about. If it's the fascism that is Trump, then obviously we know unequivocally that because he is a fascist and he didn't do that, then no, he wouldn't do it. Do you see? Do you see how they do it? They work backwards.
Like, you need to care about what your voters want as well. You need to care about what people support you want to say. And we know that Republicans were more likely to oppose the lockdowns. We know that Republicans were more likely to be vaccine skeptics and all that. So, yeah.
Yeah. And was that the correct position, or was that being fascist to be vaccine hesitant? I think this was, it would have been before. That's the next one. Yeah, so this was before the Fauci hearing, but watching it after the Fauci hearing, yikes.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, why does Trump need that power?
Because Fauci lied.
Right, but any authoritarian, anybody who has a disposition, even a personal disposition towards authoritarianism, wouldn't have the personal disgust that Trump had towards those power grabs. He actually expressed many times in debates and interviews, he actually had a personal disgust towards the people that were in favor of those things in many cases.
Yeah, he might have done, but again, that might mean that he believes in more, the civil liberty to go out and get sick and die. But besides that,
Yep, it's America. That's what you're supposed to think.
He still does not, like, when I mentioned authoritarian, like the more fundamental, like the very clear split is whether or not you think that people should be able to freely pursue elections. And that means that you accept when you lose, which Trump didn't.
Again, 2/3 of Democrats polled in 2018 thought that Russia personally interfered with election systems to cheat the Democrats from the vote. This is directly because of the rhetoric of Hillary Clinton and else saying that she was cheated, that Russia stole the election. He doesn't have a problem with it.
Well, no Democratic leader has tried to coup the government, so.
But you said it's not the action, it's the rhetoric.
But he didn't say, no, I do care about it.
That's
No,
what you said.
From the very beginning, I said they both matter, obviously, but the actions probably matter more.
Oh, so
yeah.
then what would the threshold be for when that was a not accepting the election? Oh, I forgot. She said the magic word. I concede. That's it? That's all you have?
No, you'd probably have to do a bit more. You'd probably have to do something a bit closer to trying to tell your vice president to make you president when you didn't win.
What if you told
But he did win.
your FBI
Trump
a bunch
told
of
his
Russia
vice
source
president.
bullshit to get illegal warrants to spy on your opponent?
Even if that's all true, that's not as bad as telling your vice president to unilaterally make you president when you lost an election.
That's not what he
But he didn't lose.
did. He
You're never
said
going to find anything.
accept-
He did, yes. Mike Pence admitted this, yes.
He t-
Mike Pence is not Donald Trump.
We should probably jump to the next one.
All right, so my question's for Lonerbox. So you brought up Hitler many times.
Hey, oh, well. Thank you, Steelborn, for another drink. Dilly fucking dilly. And I did find the clip of Lonerbox coping after this, so stay tuned. But, I mean, we're running, ooh. It's 10 minutes left. I don't think we're going to make it through another 10 minutes plus the side quest. Let's see. Which would you prefer? Which do you prefer? The Q&A or the Q&A is what we're watching, and I got a video of a Lonerbox coping. We're not going to have time for both, so I will play this, and let me know.
We should probably jump to the next one.
All right, so my question's for Lonerbox. So you brought up Hitler many times throughout this debate and kept calling him a fascist, even though I would argue that fascism and Nat socks are separate categories and should be argued as such. Even if we grant that Hitler was a fascist, how does this non sequitur actually prove that the Mango Mussolini is in fact a fascist?
Prove that what, Mussolini, sorry?
How does Hitler being a fascist, this total non sequitur, have anything to do with proving whether or not the Mango Mussolini himself, the greatest threat ever, is in fact a fascist?
Oh, why does
it doesn't
have anything to do with proving Trump is a fascist?
It's a non sequitur.
Oh, well,
How is
that
it
was
relevant?
It's irrelevant to whether or not Hitler. Well, no, it would matter because the debate is over whether or not Trump's a fascist, and we're defining a fascist. So I think probably an easier way to start is to take two people who everyone agrees is a fascist, like Trump and Hitler and Mussolini.
But he just said that he doesn't agree with that.
So you have to prove Hillary Clinton is a Democrat to prove that Biden was a Democrat as well?
Sorry?
Do you have to prove that Hillary Clinton was a Democrat to then prove that Biden's a Democrat?
It depends on what the debate.
And what? Give me any fucking. Give me any example in which you need to invoke another Democrat in order to know if somebody is a Democrat. That is insane. So we'll watch Steelborn's thing, and then we'll check out the cope. He said this lying asshole said, if it's Trump's vaccine, I'm not taking it. But the moment Biden took office, it was do it or lose your job. Almost like they don't have any principles, just positions. Yeah, the science. I'm so like I hope that more happens in terms of prosecuting Fauci and all that stuff. But was it cathartic? And like Dave Smith put it well. That like clearly, like with Josh Hawley and the other guy was like, "Oh, you should be fucking ashamed." It's political theater. But sometimes it just scratches that itch. It's like this needed to happen. That man needed to be humiliated in front of the world. That's also a good point.
A Democrat to then prove that Biden's a Democrat.
It depends on what the debate is. Like, it depends on what the debate is, because if the debate is talking about what makes you a fascist, and I know there are people, because maybe you're unaware, but like there are people who do think that like Mussolini is like the only fascist, or like did you even
That's not really relevant to his question.
alluded to that? So yeah, that's an important argument if we're going to talk about what
Uh-oh, he's putting the phone away.
qualities fascists
He's like,
have,
I don't need
because
this
some of the
anymore.
qualities that Hitler had, Mussolini didn't.
Lonerbox, you're a lot of fun to talk. You contradict yourself. Like you're like, everybody agrees that Hitler and Mussolini are fascist.
I wanted to hear that the rest of that. All right, well, hear what Rob has to say.
Then, like 2 sentences later, some people think that only Mussolini's a fascist, right? So, can you name me one?
Should I have said 99% of people?
Real quick, can you name me one fascist that didn't have like massive economic regulation?
That didn't have massive
Hitler
economic
did, right?
regulation.
The National Socialist did.
Hitler did when he went to war.
Before that, he was
Not massive economic regulation. No, the businesses were
was
allowed to
he-
do
It wasn't massive. I mean, it was substantial.
generally what they wanted.
was
That's
he
a common
rolling
myth.
back
yeah.
regulations?
Was he rolling back? Mussolini did for his first 2 years. Hitler, did he roll back? Probably some measure of the Weimar Republic. I'm not sure.
I think that it's clear that Trump is the opposite of that. He's not nationalizing industry
Well, just
for
to be-
ultra nationalism.
Okay.
Perfect timing. So my
Wait,
first part of my question was going to be for both of you. Besides
I want to hear the question.
Mussolini, and you would say Hitler, what other leader of any country or area has ever been a fascist?
Leaders of countries. Franco, there's a bit of a debate about.
Yeah. All right. So, again, link is in the description of this if you want to see the parts that we missed. But first or last, I should say, Lonerbox at BoxLoner reason calls out Rob Noerr and questions whether the post-debate drama is real.
Reaction to some of the majority of the women in that convention or place being more conservative.
You're just not used to it. You just don't see as much of it where I am, especially to that extent. But what I don't get, and why I think it's all fucking bullshit, is that after the debate, even after Rob Noerr is like trying to say, oh, they only want to call you a fascist so they can get you murdered. And
True.
then, so he's basically telling people that I want to get them killed. But then
No, he's saying that whether or not you want people to get killed, your language tells those people that. He never once even hinted at the fact that you want people to be hurt. In fact, the only reason he would have to ask you about what do you think the actual meaning, what do you think people are, the only reason to ask that question is to entertain the thought that you didn't actually know that you were spreading violent rhetoric, which you are.
you're murdered. And then, so he's basically telling people that I want to get them killed. But then afterwards, all these fucking people, these like conservative dudes, are coming here like, oh, hey, how's it going? I really appreciate you coming down from Scotland.
How dare you?
Thanks for participating. I
They're
really liked the way you put your arguments together. I'm like,
How dare you?
guys, that this is not okay. This is not okay. Are you telling me that after Rob Noerr just dismantled this man publicly, and I guess globally, because it's on the internet now, that people went to him and were nice? That's not conservative. It's almost like we actually believe in the principles we espouse, and we're not just playing a game to try to beat you. Score a point, get a dunk. This is real fucking life, you fucking moron.
thanks for participating.
Oh,
Scotland.
no. Oh, no.
Thanks for participating. I really liked the way you put your arguments together. I'm like, is any of this fucking real? Yeah, I don't know. Fucking weird.
Is it real? Yes. Yes. It is extremely real. And we care. And also, we don't have to be mean just because it's real. And so in this guy's mind, if you take the opposite position, then you should be angry at me. If you, in my chat, if you're a Christian, you should expect
that I hate you, that I'm mad at you, that I'm angry at you, and that I don't want your kind words. What? Fucking what? You want to watch it yourself? Go fucking watch it yourself. Insane. Well, you know what time it is. Let's fucking go! We missed the main goal, but here we are in the after party. Funkmaster, yes! Saving your asses. Fucking holding up them movie nights and getting pushed up. So 15 push-ups. I can do. Can't do 15. You paid me, guys. Now pay yourself. You can't do 15 push-ups. Do 10. If you can't do 10, do 5. If you can't do 5, do girl push-ups. Let's fucking go. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up. They already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second army of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will break the faith. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompetence. Here to resurrect the second army of common sin. Woo! He stands in the fall of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. You guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Let's give a big shout out to the donations. Funkmaster with the 20 gifted memberships. Happy birthday to the OG Trey Williams. We got Wicked Dream as a new member. And of course, closing it down, the Funk Master General. Guys, thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. I know that you guys could be doing anything else in the world. You could be doing anything else in the world. And yet, here you are, hanging out with me and the Overlord, and it means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Who should we, let's raid someone. Let's raid someone. Who should we raid? Who's live right now? We got, where are we? We got re-examination, tomfoolery, Hangburn. I'm not really gonna send them over there. Is that it? That's all that's live right now? Damn. All right, well, I guess let's, how long has it been going?
You're all waves and particles,
depending on perspective.
All right, well, we're going to raid them, so do me a favor, even if you're not going to watch that, just go over and be like, yo, TIJ raid or something. Make me look good, all right? Make me look good. But guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Again, I know that there's a million bajillion other things that you could be doing, and yet, here you are. Here you are. Thank you again so very, very much. Again, when the stream ends, it's going to push you over to that other stream. Do me a favor. Just go say hello. And again, get my name out there that I'm, sending viewers, all that kind of stuff really, really helps. Once again, guys, we've got the Overlord Morty, and I have been your host, Lech, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.